had it all: a loving husband, thriving kids, and meaningful work. Then, her police officer husband's secret infidelity and abuse of his badge were exposed. In Season 4 of the Betrayal podcast, she confronts his deception and the police department that overlooked his misconduct.
The kids and I thought we were living this life of love and a family. Never did I think that anything like this was going on behind our backs.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Betrayal, and listen now.
Do you have a remote cabin or want to live off-grid? Red Rocks Roof and Solar is the only company specializing in these special standalone systems with battery backups and auxiliary generators. With Red Rocks Solar, you get sales, installation, and service. Complete solar. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Locally owned and operated by a veteran. Honesty and integrity. 303-704-2449. 704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of...
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, man, loud and clear.
Good. Now, give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Listen up, Colorado. You can now play Powerball, Mega Millions, and your favorite scratchers right on your phone. That's right. You can now buy and play the scratcher games you love, like Monopoly and $250,000 Gold Rush, right on your phone with Jackpot.com. The top scratch ticket prize is up to $20 million. So don't wait. Tap, scratch, and win right on your phone with Jackpot.com.
I just won $5,000 with mobile scratchers. It's your chance to win real cash prizes.
I love playing scratchers, and Jackpot.com makes it so easy because you can buy your scratchers and play them right on your phone.
Jackpot.com is the greatest thing ever. I can buy scratchers like Monopoly and $250,000 Gold Rush and play them right on my phone.
Don't wait. The top scratch ticket prize is up to $20 million. Go to Jackpot.com and buy and play scratch-off tickets on your phone. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our erectile dysfunction treatments are shown to be effective in nearly 90% of cases. Here's one of our patients sharing his experience on our ED treatments.
The reality is I had to look in the mirror and say something has to change. Hi, this is Austin, and I've been a patient of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for well over 2 years. I noticed a change when I turned 50 that ED was affecting my personal life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has really just changed my life. They knew exactly what to do. They had solutions for me. From that point forward, I had the confidence. My self-esteem has increased, and all the other effects that were negatively affecting my personal life have really changed significantly. If you're feeling like I was feeling, please call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will help you, and they will be discreet and confidential, and I promise you, your life will change.
It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again, potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
We've got another hot day ahead. Temperatures today just shy of 90 degrees. We've got sunshine and then a couple of showers and thunderstorms later on this afternoon and this evening. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you want the lowest price. With their lowest price guarantee, if you find a qualifying lower price on the same item, they'll match it. Price match applies to the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how they'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
This is
is a special report from ABC News. I'm Sherry Preston. Israel has begun stationing troops in all combat arenas through the country as its attack on Iran continues. Iran warning of severe punishment for the strikes. ABC military analyst and former State Department employee Steve Gagnon has more on what's happening.
The Israelis have a large Air Force, very capable Air Force, but it's a long way. It's almost 1,000 miles from Tel Aviv to where the nuclear sites are. So it's going to take them some time. Lots of different sorties. We know that there are strikes again, 3 or 4 waves today. So let's watch this play out over the next couple weeks, because to take down the whole nuclear program is going to take a lot of time and a lot of strikes.
And he says all of this was well planned.
It's very interesting to see how they're deliberately, piece by piece, taking down the leadership of the military, going base by base, nuclear facility by nuclear facility. That's why this is going to take a couple weeks, but it is a very deliberate plan. The Israelis have had decades to prepare for this.
This is ABC News. Indian investigators have recovered the flight data recorder of the Air India flight that crashed, killing everyone on board except for one man. DNA testing is being conducted to identify the victims, and more bodies are expected to be found at the crash site. ABC News contributor and retired Marine pilot Steve Gagnon says the questions are mounting about the Boeing 787 Dreamliner.
The 787 is an extraordinarily safe airplane, and so to watch it unable to get airborne raises all sorts of questions. Were both engines operating? Did they lose an engine on takeoff? Or was there something more that caused them to impact the ground just after we're taking off?
Investigators with the NTSB and representatives from Boeing are joining the investigation in India. Britain's equivalent of the FDA says Jolly Ranchers candy contains ingredients that may be carcinogens if eaten over long periods of time. Jolly Ranchers no longer allowed in the UK, but Hershey, maker of the candy, says Jolly Ranchers are perfectly safe. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Hey, there he is. How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand or what? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke. Are you okay? I'm having a stroke. Your face looks weird too. I'm having a stroke. Are you having a seizure or something? I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org.
K-How News Time, 10:03.
The owner of the Denver Nuggets, Colorado Avalanche, and Ball Arena has announced the purchase of several properties along Denver's River Mile development.
Quality Sports and Entertainment finalizing the purchase of dozens of acres of land surrounding Ball Arena. It includes land that's home to Lich Gardens and Meow Wolf. This deal comes on the heels of KSE getting the green light to redevelop the parking lots surrounding Ball Arena. The company announcing back in April to build a performance venue, affordable housing, jobs, and a 13-story hotel.
Fox 31's Aaliyah Sims. The Colorado Senate Republican caucus has elected Cleve Simpson of Alamosa as its new minority leader and Lisa Frizzell of Castle Rock as assistant minority leader. Simpson replaces Paul Lundeen, who stepped down earlier this week. In sports, the Rockies' latest 5-game losing streak is finally over. Colorado got 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. They beat the Giants 8-7 last night at Coors Field. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
And delays continue on I-70 eastbound, coming out of the foothills just past Denver West. Right 2 lanes blocked as they're making repairs to the roadway. It is still jamming back past Colfax. 270 running a little heavy coming up through Vasquez. Also I-70 West from Quebec back towards Brighton's a little on the slow side. Even seeing a little bit of traffic coming out of the airport on Pena. Not really in the delay mode, but it may be slow at times as you make your hookup there. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. California in chaos. Fiery protests of illegal aliens, and Democrats side with the rioters. Plus, the Democrats' favorite Maryland man is indicted for human trafficking. And Joe Biden's auto pan. Download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcast.
Capital One cardholders can score their iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets right now before anyone else. Tickets are only available while pre-sale tickets last or until today, June 13th at 1 p.m. Eastern. And that's not all. Add a Capital One access pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive pre-concert event with a private performance from LL Cool J on Friday or Jelly Roll on Saturday. Only available during the cardholder presale.
Presale tickets are limited and will go fast. So visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One to buy now.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, streaming live only on Hulu.
A wave of new wealth awaits you with honest answers on how to make real estate investments the smart way, fully managed, safe, and secure. Find out more on the Vestera Turnkey Show, Saturday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 630 KHOW.
Addiction, trauma, depression, and anxiety can make you feel like you're alone. We promise you are not. The Raleigh House is here for you. The team at the Raleigh House provides treatment unlike any other. They understand what you've been through, and they can help you get where you need to go. The Raleigh House provides a place where you can heal from addiction or trauma, find your purpose, and start rewriting your life story. The Raleigh House can help. Visit theRaleighHouse.com to get the help you need. That's the RALEIGH house.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Auto accident? Get the right lawyer on your side. Call Fuller.com.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Friday at 4. I love these Fridays before either Father's Day or Mother's Day because we're going to do the best advice your father ever gave you. And there's so much collective wisdom out there. It's going to be fun. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey. Welcome to the show. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. This is car day today. We're going to have some fun. We got people in the house. Let me bring up for those streaming, I'll bring up the studio. And we have with us, let me just bring that up here. Here we go. We have Marc Mager and Suze as usual. We have Kevin Calkin, Bob Perry, he is a leasing expert with JFR Cars, along with Rod Greer with JFR Cars. We love having these people on. I love talking leasing because in today's world, instead of tying up a bunch of capital, if you know how many miles you're going to drive and how much you're going to use on a car, then you just pay for the part of the car you're going to use. Again, it's one of the first times in my life I ever really thought that because I can predict my mileage. Now, for high mileage people, I would argue you may not want to go with a lease. And Mark's always paid cash for cars like I have, and he sells them at a certain time and makes back a lot of his money, and he doesn't necessarily believe in a lease. Am I quoting you correctly, Mark, or not?
Purely based on mileage, man. And the one thing I will say, every Hyundai I have done great with because I'll sell it when it's still bumper to bumper. It'll end up costing me maybe a couple $100 a month for the time I owned it. But with Teslas, forget about it, man. With Teslas, I'm not going to be, you either want to drive a Tesla because you want to drive a Tesla. You don't drive a Tesla to try to make or recoup any money back. No way.
Yeah, that's why I think Tesla would be great to lease.
Or any electric.
But I think that's why it would be great to lease because you're not taking the risk of depreciation. Isn't that right, Bob?
But Tom, Suzanne and I put 30,000 plus on a year on our vehicles.
Oh. Hey, is Bob there? Bob Perry, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So, Bob, what do you think about leasing an EV? You know, when I was talking to you about leasing an EV, you were looking at him and you said, Tom, they're not good lease cars. Why did you say that?
No, I didn't say they weren't good lease cars. I think that's the only way you should get one is to lease it because there's an out at the end and nobody knows the future of EVs right now. So what's going to happen in 2 or 3 years? So with the lease, you have options. You know, you can give it back and that's the end of the lease. Or you can buy it if it's a good buy. But, you know, because who knows in 3 years what
I misunderstood you.
Hey, I wanted to bring something up real quick because it's car day. We should all toast to the end of California auto emissions standards. These poor manufacturers like Ford and Chevy can now make one vehicle sold in this country. They don't have to make different ones based upon the states, and it is absolutely gone. They can't take it to court. It's done. It's over. Thank goodness.
So what was this? Did Trump's administration bring them to court?
No. What happened is Congress got together and actually did something, and Trump signed the bill yesterday. It was passed into law, killing the California emission standards.
Okay. Thank you for that. And a lot's going on in the world. Oh, my God. If we have time, we'll discuss some of it. Ryan wants to talk about a contractor. Welcome to the Troubleshooter Show. And what is going on with you, Ryan?
Hi. So there's a new construction on the lot next to mine, and there's a fence that is arguably on the property line, with the posts being on their side, the fence being on my side. But one of the posts on the fence actually supports my second-story deck, and the contractor just came to my house yesterday and told me I have a week to move my deck.
Hold on.
And I'm just
Hold on.
No way.
Wait a minute. This lot was vacant before?
They demolished the house and did a new construction.
Okay. And what are the setback requirements in your town or in your city, or according to the building department or subdivision? There are usually setback requirements from the property line.
So I'm in Denver City proper, and I believe the setback is 3 feet in this high-density landmark area.
Okay. So aren't they encroaching on that?
Well, the fence already exists.
How long has the fence been there?
I bought the house 4 years ago, and all of this already existed.
Are they saying that you're encroaching on them?
Yes.
Well, did you ever have a survey done? How long have you lived there?
I've lived here 4 years. I do not have a survey.
Okay.
Well, it's not like we're going to get Brad O'Brien on, Tom, but it's not like they can just show up next week, Ryan, and tear down your deck.
No, they can't.
That's what I'm kind of trying to worry about. So
how long has your deck been there?
At least 4 years.
Well, what do you mean at least 4 years? Did you build the deck?
No, I bought the house with the deck already built.
Okay, but you don't know.
Was this a scrape? Was the house next door existing and then they scraped it? Now it's a new build?
Correct.
Okay.
And they claim, a new construction next door to you, they claim you're encroaching on the property and have to move your deck.
Yeah, the support for the deck.
I'm going to pull my crystal ball out real quick. Here's what my crystal ball's telling me, Ryan. If you negotiate it right, which you should be able to, they're a construction company. They should pay to move your deck and make everything nice and beautiful. I have a feeling that's how it's going to end up, because I don't think they have any right to come over and tear your stuff down, but we're going to get an attorney on.
Mark, what if that post, you're talking about a corner of the deck, right? Just a post?
Correct.
And when they say you have to move it, let's just say you did, what would that entail? Would you have to cut back the deck, the size of the deck, or can you just move that post?
I think I can just move the post, but I called the city zoning office, and they told me I would need to get a permit, inspection, and all this stuff to do it.
Well, I don't understand this. I don't understand. The post is usually under the deck, and moving the post, the deck is still going to be encroaching, right, or not?
Well, the post is actually not under the deck. It kind of the deck has a jut out.
Okay.
Of like 2 feet, and the post is attached to that.
I got it. So you're saying that post could possibly be moved, but your deck stays in the same spot.
Right. I'm just more concerned that he says I have a week to do this because they're demoing everything.
Okay, let's get Brad O'Brien on. Mark called it right to begin with. Let's get our real estate attorney on to talk about this. Hang on. I'll mark this pending. Do not hang up. 303-713-8255. Let's talk to Lauren. Lauren, what's going on in your life today?
Well, I have a daughter who's out of control. She was 16, well, actually probably 14 when it started, when she was in high school. She went through some mental health issues last year and was very abusive towards me, and we are in the court system in Douglas County.
Now, when you say in the court system, what do you mean? What do you mean in the court system?
Well, she got arrested for assault and possession of marijuana and resisting arrest. So we were in the court system dealing with that in Douglas County.
And who did she assault? You?
Me.
Okay.
She's done it several times. This was the final time that she got arrested for it.
For assault and for weed, and what was the other charge?
Resisting arrest.
Okay. So where do we stand today? What do you need from us, or what were you hoping to find out?
Well, I'm kind of stuck in a situation because I went in for a status hearing, and they gave temporary guardianship to my son, who I've tried to have help throughout her whole mental health problems and through the abuse of me, and he refused. This was 8 weeks ago. I have not seen her or heard from her. And the court doesn't seem to care because I deal with the guardian ad litem.
How old is she?
She's now 17.
Okay. And what is your wish for her? Do you want to just cut bait and get away from her? Do you want to have no responsibility, or do you want more control? Where do you stand in all of this?
I'm back in my household because it was kind of a blindside when I went into court. I had spoken with the people the day before, and they said that the safety plan that we had in place for her if she got violent towards me was fine. And then my son decided to show up to court the next day and said, no, I'll take her.
Okay.
And
so right now she's living with her brother. Is that right?
Yes, who is a police officer.
Oh, so why don't you just leave the things the way they are?
Because it's her final year of school, and I would like to have something to do with it. It's been 8 weeks, and I haven't seen or heard from her.
No, I understand. But what did the court say when the brother said, I'll take her? Did they appoint temporary guardianship to him?
They gave him temporary guardianship, yes.
Okay, well, there's not much you can do about that without filing a motion to change it. But when you change things for children, it has to be, it's more than it's more than just, how do we put it, a little evidence. It takes a preponderance of evidence that your child would be in clear danger to change a plan. It's not easy to change plans back and forth for kids. It's not easy at all, because they want to keep kids from being pawns in divorces. In your case, of course, it's not an ex-spouse you're battling, it's your son. But why won't your son, what does your son think? Does your son think you're the reason for all these troubles?
I'm not sure because he won't talk to me.
Okay.
There was supposed to be a...
Well, if she's doing good, why would you want to switch it up? If she's doing good at her brother's house, leave well enough alone, if you ask me.
Good question.
She actually isn't. She's just not.
Well, how do you know if you haven't seen or heard from her?
Yeah, how do you know?
Because I see on her social media.
Okay. All right. Hold on. We have Brad O'Brien.
Yeah.
I want to, after the break, go to Brad O'Brien about this property issue because we get a lot of these questions. We're going to come back to you. I think what we'd like to do with you is get Bonnie Shields on. She can still answer questions for us, right, Suze? Get Bonnie on?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Suze. Let's do that. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255, waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices. And I'm telling you, across the board, get rid of forever chemicals and all of that crap in your water. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
Yep.
You know what? I cut the delay down a little.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3%.
Oh, okay. You cut out massively there. I almost didn't hear that in-house.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver.
Okay.
Yeah, it happens.
Right,
7 and they're
Don't worry about it.
3% cash back.
Nice.
This is...
And
it's supposed to cut down on
Cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
You're doing great. Here you go. These two.
And entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You know, I always brag about Genesis Total Exteriors, saying that they do everything inside and outside. And of course, in the bad weather, they'll do the basements, the kitchens, the baths. They can do inside stuff. They do painting. And then when the good weather comes around, Mark says, time for those exterior projects. Don't put them off. What's going on, Mark?
How are we doing, Tom? Yeah. Tell you what, the weather's beautiful, and now's the time to call us and book your appointment to get a free estimate on anything you need done on the outside of your house, whether it's windows, siding, roofing, painting, whatever you need on the outside. I also want to remind people, too, that we also work in the mountains.
Right. You do, the mountain communities.
We work in Winter Park, in fact.
So how far north do you go, Mark?
I'm in Winter Park right now.
How far north do you go?
Well, we go all the way up to Fort Collins.
And south?
Fort Collins, and then we'll go to Summit County as well as Grand County.
And then what about south?
South, we go down to Colorado Springs.
So we got a really great thing going with Genesis Total Exteriors. They're a great company, and he goes north to Fort Collins, south to Colorado Springs, and in the mountain communities. Okay, so you do stucco as well, right, Mark?
You bet. Stucco, stone. You need new stone on the outside of your house, really to update the look of your house. Stucco and stone is a great way to increase the value of your house, plus fireproofing your house.
So get in right now. Get your slot with GenesisTotalExteriors.com. I've known Mark for many years, and they run a great company in a category that is very risky. You won't find that with Mark Szymanski over at GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Give him a call today, 303-679-8509, 303-679-8509. 8509. Another thing you need to get done during this season, QCColorado.com. What is QCColorado.com? The quiet, cool, whole house fan. I have one in my home. And you know what? It cuts down the use of air conditioning substantially to save you money. It pays for itself. What a wonderful thing to have. And you can use it in the morning, in the evening, or put it on low all day to even out the temps in your home so you don't have hot spots and cold spots. QC Colorado, 303-800-3419. QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419.
Yeah, man. It's like $40,000. He goes, done.
I love it.
He had all my sidewalks replaced on this building within X amount of time. I mean, like within a week or two. It was ridiculous. And then I gave them all that area to work, and they staged their stuff.
On the horizon
and then we had a couple other issues come up, and the guy would just do whatever I asked. He was like, "Why are we fucking around with this? We're building a $10 billion freaking whatever. We'll throw in sidewalks. We'll paint his building. We'll do whatever the hell he wants." And they did, and it worked out perfect. They finished on time. In fact, remember we met up with him and his wife. What was his name? We met up with him and his wife at a brewery. The guy that helped us out do all that shit.
That's where Mark does.
That's
That's where Mark does most of his business meetings, breweries.
That's where I'd like to do most of my business. Tom says you do most of your business at the brewery.
At the brewery.
Breweries.
At least there's a lot of
Breweries
choices.
a good write-off.
Large contractors.
That's how he closes the deal, by saying, I'd tap that.
This isn't
This is
good.
the kind of shit.
Compared to what?
And I can't remember.
They ask for people that...
I mean, that guy must have done $100,000 worth of work for him.
Especially on a Friday.
Right.
But that's the way you... They're
Right.
not dumb.
My sister left this morning. Stephanie took him to the airport. I love my sisters. We have such a great relationship. Do you have siblings? Oh, you're an only child. So you have nothing to compare it with. I wonder how it would be to be an only child.
SEMA. SEMA Construction.
Yeah, that's right. That's nothing compared.
$40,000 that you were quoted probably cost them, what, $5?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were already staged doing new sidewalks. There was no...
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, DenverRegen.com is now working on peripheral neuropathy with stem cells having great results. Somebody had texted me earlier about it, and they can work on neuropathy, and that's DenverRegen.com. Okay, so let's go to Ryan because we have Brad O'Brien on. Brad O'Brien is a real estate attorney, real estate firm, O'Brien Legal Services. And I'll sum it up for you, Brad. Basically, he bought his house about 4 years ago. The next door neighbors sold it, whatever. It changed hands. They knocked down the house and started a new construction next door to him. And they're telling him that one of the posts on his deck encroaches on the property and he's going to have to move it. He doesn't have to move the whole deck, but they're saying that post is on their property. What does adverse possession or anything like that come into play? Does he simply have to move it if a survey shows it's on their property? How does that work, Brad?
Well, these boundary line and fence issues and things that encroach the boundary line are very nuanced and complex. There's a lot of things to look at. The starting point is having a survey, and is there an actual survey where they can prove that there's an encroachment of this post
Ryan,
over onto the other
Yeah, that's a good question. Ryan, did they offer any kind of proof?
No, I haven't seen anything by them.
But did they say, according to a survey?
They had a survey and told me.
They did. Okay,
yeah,
so they said they have a survey. Could you ask to see that survey? Would they show it to you?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, well, anyway.
Well, this is an emergency situation where they're threatening to do something in the next couple of days. So it warrants, without even determining who's right or wrong, is a letter to them, basically, you better not do this, or we're going to hold you responsible for property damage or trespass or something like that until it can be figured out. But I can't say who's right today, but I can say my approach. First, get a survey to determine whether this is an encroachment. Then talk about what is the encroachment, how long has it been there? Has it been there 18 years and satisfies adverse possession? Has this deck that's using this post been there for 18 years?
Yeah,
no.
He does. Yeah,
he doesn't really know.
There's no way it's been there 18 years.
Okay, and even if it's a new deck, did it replace a deck that was also encroaching? Because two decks, one that replaced the other, can together satisfy 18 years.
Hey, Brad,
also,
if Ryan was to contact you, or anybody in a case just like this, how long could someone like Ryan drag it out with the proper attorney? If he really just wanted to drag it out, could he put the halt on this project just because of this post for a month, 2 months? How long could you draw this out, just out of curiosity?
Easily a year if you want to go to district court.
Ryan, I'm going to go back to exactly what I said, but I want to hear what Brad thinks about this. I think he goes to the contractor after maybe you write a letter and say, look, I can drag this out a year and you're not going to do anything, or you move it. You guys pull the permits, you move it, you make it right, and I'm happy to go along with that, but I'm not going to put the cost for this.
Now, remember, I want to add something else to this, and that is,
but I want to know what Brad thinks.
Yeah, I do too. But I want to also tell Brad they're not asking him to move the deck, just one of the support beams or posts that jut out over their property. They say. So, what do you think?
Well, that's a structural change. We're not going to get that structural engineer to opine whether moving the support or how to move the support in order to maintain the integrity. Also, I heard this property is in a historic district in Denver, and if that's true, is that true?
Yes.
Yes.
You can't do anything without prior written approval from the historic district. If you want to change something that exists, you have to get approval for even the smallest things that are outdoors like this.
Ryan, you got to hold this contract. This contractor is up against time, and you own all the time at this point. You have more negotiation power than you can imagine. I have been where you have been, and the contractor eventually stepped up and did everything I wanted so they could complete a project.
Yeah, and he's
kind of a bully. He calls me out of my house and tells me I'm doing things, basically.
Well, you just gotta. I would call Brad O'Brien, and I'm serious, and I would have him start with a letter, and then you need to get a survey. You really do. Well, the survey first, then you write a letter summing up what the issue is and how you want to resolve it.
Tom, I wouldn't even do that. Why should Ryan have to get a survey? Why should he have to pay for that?
Well, just to bolster his, just first of all, to see if they have a real claim. But, and that's what Brad recommended. Of course, he can always use theirs if they let him look at it. And maybe that's part of a letter Brad writes. But I would start with Brad O'Brien on this. These encroachment issues get very complicated at times. You have something to say, Dimitri?
I was thinking that Ryan should quit dealing with this bully contractor who sounds like a total douche and start dealing with just the property owner. I mean, because this contractor is not going to make any promises.
Unless the contractor's building a spec home. Is he building this for someone? Do you know?
He's building it for some LLC.
Yeah, so I would deal with a property owner because this contractor may not even be able to obligate the property owner to whatever promises he makes to you, Ryan.
Yeah, that's true. You got to make sure. He might be building it for himself to resell, or he might be doing it for an owner. And Dimitri brings up a good point. If he's doing it for an owner, then you may want to talk to that owner directly and say, look, let's work something out. Let me ask you something personally, Ryan. Do you care about that post being moved? Is it something that would screw up the looks of anything, or do you not really care about it?
He can't. Brad already said he cannot move that post.
No, I don't care if the post moves. It can move a little bit, but I'm just more of this guy keeps coming and trying to push me around, and now he doesn't have a week to move it, and I'm not physically going to do it myself.
Well, of course you're not.
So I want to tell him to go pound sand.
And you just heard from an attorney in an historic district. You can't just simply go do that, man.
Yeah, you need
Don't
to
get yourself in more issues.
You need to get a letter out immediately to be of record. You really do. So, and the Brad is at 720-370-7388. Just a quick letter acknowledging the receipt of his notice and then what you plan to do. Brad O'Brien, olslaw.com. All right. We got more coming up, 303-713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Today is car day. Let's talk about garages. If you have any issues with a garage door and you're thinking, who do I call? I took the mystery right out of it. One Clear Choice Garage Doors, and their website has all their prices and services listed. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
Awesome.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast. All right, we're still seeing those delays out west. That's about the worst of it for us right now. Eastbound, just past Denver West, right 2 lanes blocked, 1 left lane getting around it, but it is backed up past Colfax.
The pill helped. Who are you on, ketamine?
We've got some volume, I-25 coming in and out of downtown, 270, and I-70 west from 270 heading back towards about Vasquez. Well, even 225 heading in from
you
Parker,
can tell me.
Hampton and University on a crash.
I gave up on everything years ago. It sucks, man.
Traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with a musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, I heard Mark's commercial about Gravina's, and I have to say he does do it better with that. Gravina's has the greatest windows. Anyway, that's what Larry used to do for his commercials, Larry Gravina. Larry took over for his dad. He is at 950 West Evans, and now his son Nick's working with him. It's a family affair and a heritage that most people just dream about in business. They've been around so many years, and also they have such a big variety. 50 brands they're dealing with. So you're bound to find something right for you with great people to do it and the heritage to stick around for the warranties. 303-GRAVINA, Gravina, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com.
Thank you.
Who the hell is Greta T, Talib? Greta T.
Yeah, she's like from Sweden or something, the activist.
Greta Thunberg?
What is she? What's her shtick?
Are you new here?
Yeah, really. She's been around a long time.
Sweet as Greta Thunberg. She was kidnapped in international waters.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
You ever wish you could...
Okay, so I'll answer your question, Talib. Yeah, she's a nut.
Hey, if you're in international waters and you kill someone, is it a crime?
No.
Seriously.
I hope not.
That's where the toughest survive,
That's what I'm doing
baby.
this weekend.
That's where Suzanne and I go on vacation. Is that Dominic?
It is. I was like,
that I'm aware of. I plugged it in. I tried some stuff.
He's all fancy with his fedora.
That's not a fedora.
That's what you call it.
A fedora is
I thought that's...
Isn't a fedora a Jewish thing or
no? That's a yarmulke.
What's a fedora?
I could be saying
it's
it wrong.
a hat with
a
a brim.
Incoming.
With the
How would you if you
FIDORA? What kind of hat is that?
It is not a fedora. Thank you. I knew it was not a fedora.
It's not a yarmulke either, Mark.
I didn't say it was a yarmulke.
Is fedora a brand?
No, it's a style.
No, it's a style of hat.
Okay.
It's actually a series of styles.
Well,
of
I'm
hats,
looking at them. It's very similar then.
Yes.
If someone wanted to spell fedora, how would they spell that? Would that be with an F?
FEDORA. Oh, so what's the difference between that and a fedora?
That's something probably. Jason Mraz would wear.
So is Bo in the studio?
No, no. We were full on guests today.
Oh, okay.
Nice fedora. I know what I'm getting Suzanne for our next anniversary.
I don't look that great in them. I've already tried because I really like them.
All right.
So, okay, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Smart ass, by the way.
I wish I got to deal with that contractor. Just like if that was my neighbor moving in, telling me I've got to move my post in a week. I live for shit like that. I'd have a live YouTube station on my post all the time.
Please. He's just driving around. Home. Just home. I don't even. Nobody's using a Marty.
Well, that's what I wanted.
What was your question, Talib? I'll go back up and look. I guess I missed his question.
No,
That's the only thing the Marty's in the radio before.
Now that I know who he's talking about.
No. But
Does saying Greta T is harmless?
But
Does saying Greta T is harmless? Okay, she's harmless. She's floating around in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, I think that would be pretty harmless, right? I mean, she's not out there in a submarine, I assume.
No, she was in a sailboat bringing aid to Gaza.
Okay,
she had 18 people in a boat with like 6 boxes of food for the Gaza.
So, like I said, she's fucking a nut.
She's a nut.
She's a nut. So, but is she harmless? I would say that's harmless, yes.
Well, when you have a naval blockade and you come in a sailboat, is it kidnapping when they take you?
Oh, no. But then that's when she's leaving international waters. She's going into some blockade.
Yes.
Okay, so that isn't harmless. But I would say in general, I would agree that Greta T, from what I know about her in the last minute or two, is harmless.
Yep.
And Donald J is not elevate to the level of Trump syndrome.
Okay. So keep him licensed.
So if I say that she's harmless, does that make... I don't fucking get the question, Talib. Can anybody explain the question to me?
Nope.
Are you reading the question?
I didn't understand
it. It says, does saying Greta T is harmless and Donald JT is not elevate to the level of syndrome? What the fuck does that mean, Talib?
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. We got full lines, but keep trying. We'll get you right in. And, well, no, we got a couple lines open. Okay, so now, Bonnie Shields, we can't get a hold of for Lauren. We're trying to get an answer for Lauren. And is there anyone else we can call possibly, Suze? Maybe we can find on family law. Maybe... I don't know. I
mean, they're not on the list, but we have Harris Family Law.
No. You're right. Harris. I mean, you're right. I mean, these are good people. Harris Family Law. Let's try somebody over at Harris to see if they can answer. Okay, that's a great idea. William has an issue with his home flooding, I think. William, what's going on with you, man?
Yeah, right across the street, there's a bend in the road from my mailbox, from my driveway. And a few years back, the rain came and really bad and comes right through my yard and down in my basement and flooded my basement.
Now, what caused
So
the
they came
flood?
out
I'm not
and
clear on what caused the flooding. What was it?
From a rainstorm.
I get it, but
a really
what did you
hard
say?
rain.
What did you say was across the street? Was it a? Did you say a bin?
It's a curve in the road.
Oh,
I'm right on the bend of the road.
Got it.
On Columbine here.
All right.
And all the water comes down that gutter and then right across the street into my yard.
Only when it's a heavy rain?
Yeah, really bad. You know, when we really get it.
Okay,
for a couple of
and what
days.
happened?
Well, the first time it happened, I called the county. They came out and they looked at it. They poured a hump across into my driveway, and that stopped it for a long time. And then they came along and tore up the street with the machine, and when they repaved it, they paved right up to my hump, made the street the same height as my hump, so now the water comes over and in again.
That was stupid of them.
And now they won't do anything about it. I
Well,
can't
hold
get
on.
the county to
Are
do
you,
nothing.
So hold on. When you say they paved it up to your house, what do you mean by that?
Up to the edge of the street.
They put basically like a speed bump in originally, Tom.
Yeah.
So
Right.
when the water came,
yeah.
Right.
the speed bump would. So now what they did is when they repaved it, they paved it to the top of the speed bump, so there is no speed bump.
Yeah. So now,
the
William.
bump is still there, but it's just level with the street.
No, I get you, but William, normally streets have a crown. In other words, they're poured so the middle is higher than the sides, and the sides go into storm drainage of some kind, whether it's a formal system or just gravity fed. So when it rains on that street, does it all go over to your side?
Well, it comes down. There's a curb. There's a sidewalk and a curb across the street at the duplexes.
Right.
And the water just comes down that curve, and then when it gets down to where my mailbox is, either goes on down. The guy across from me, he had the money to pay to have a cement thing put in, so the water wouldn't go into his house no more.
Right.
But it still comes into mine.
Is it actually
I don't
going?
have that kind of
Is it
money.
actually going into your house?
Yeah, it comes right under the door, the side door.
Oh,
comes
man.
through the wall. There's like a little patio out there, and it's water soaks into that, and it comes right through the wall in the basement.
Is there something you could do? Could you actually create some kind of
barrier or something, or maybe a drainage?
Well, I can't. No.
Well, I mean, can
I'm
you?
72 years old.
Yeah, we're not talking about you personally,
not you.
William. We're asking you, did you ever have an expert come out to say what they could possibly do to alleviate the situation?
Just the county.
Well, what did they
they
say?
said they're not
What
gonna
did
do
the
anything
county
about
say
it.
needed to be done? What did they say needed to be done?
They're not going to do anything.
But what did they say? Something could be done, but they're not going to do it.
They didn't say what could be done. They
Okay.
just said there's something they can do.
Here's how to put it. Can you hire somebody that pours cement to create a barrier that would solve the problem?
I don't know. I don't have that kind of money. I'm on a fixed income.
But William,
and I don't have that much money coming in. I
Here's the deal,
understand.
bro. I understand. You're 72. You're on a fixed income. But what we're saying is this. It may not. I'm just saying it may. It may not be the county's problem. Many times drainage can be your responsibility depending on where it is and what's causing it. The fact that it's backing up doesn't automatically make it someone else's fault. It could be the lay of your land or something like that. What we need to do, the very first thing, William, you got to do it whether you have the money or not, or get someone to do it for a low price. Someone, an engineer, has to come out and give an assessment on what they think needs to be done. Now, I will tell you this. We have a really good guy on our, he's not an engineer, but he's on our referral list and he helps people a lot. And he has a really good eye for drainage because he does a lot of landscaping and a lot of concrete. And I'm wondering, he probably is listening today. Maybe he would go over as a favor, because we just need to lay eyeballs on it and figure out what it will take, because it may not be that, it may not be that extensive what needs to be done, but we have no idea what needs to be done. And the county did not give you an idea.
Could someone pour, like on your driveway or on your yard or some property that you own, create a speed bump that would stop it?
Higher than it is now. Because I already got one bump out there. They put that down. They put that down the first time when I complained.
I wonder if Bob at LEM would look at it.
Yeah, I want Bob over at LEM Landscaping to go look at it and give us a report. I don't know if he can do it today, but he's a really good guy. Hey, Kachina, if you could drop a dime on him and see if he'll go over there for us, that would be great. And for those under the age of 80 who don't know what drop a dime means, it used to be for payphones. We would say drop a dime, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I let my age show there. So hold on, William. We're going to try to get someone at least over there to eyeball it. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, for $39, you get the extreme clean and tune and check of your AC. Do it before the real heat hits. It'll add longevity and efficiency to your AC for just $39. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Nope.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
All right, we're still seeing those delays out west. That's about the worst of it for us right now. Eastbound, just past Denver West, right 2 lanes blocked, 1 left lane getting around it, but it is backed up past Colfax, pretty heavy duty through that stretch. It looks like we've got some volume, I-25 coming in and out of downtown, 270, and I-70 west from 270 heading back towards about Vasquez is running a little slow, even 225 heading in from Parker. Hampton and University out of crash, another one out Lakewood at Wadsworth in Yale. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson.
And I'm Ted Cruz. California in chaos. Fiery protests of illegal aliens, and Democrats side with the rioters.
Plus, the Democrats' favorite Maryland man is indicted for human trafficking.
And Joe Biden's auto pen. Download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcast.
You know, when it comes to carpet cleaning, there's way more than just the carpet themselves. The carpet is the biggest air filter in your home. So whatever you put on your carpet will circulate around your home. And you don't want dangerous chemical soaps or emulsifiers. Zero Res is the only company that uses zero residue stuff. They have clean, filtered, purified, softened water, the best cleaning agent in nature, and it's designed to get into your carpet fibers, remove pathogens, allergens, and all the crap from previous cleanings. Your carpets will dry faster and stay clean longer, and your whole house will improve, even the indoor air quality. Get ZeroResDenver.com to your home today. ZeroResDenver.com. I wouldn't have anyone else. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. I've partnered with American Financing because they're doing a smart equity loan to get people on their feet financially. You see, if you have high interest debt, you can't be on a road to financial freedom because that's waste. They can reduce your payments substantially. You will save hundreds of dollars a month, and you can get out of credit card debt immediately and then pay off that section of your equity loan as quickly as you want, or just take some breathing room. They do the smart equity loan. I want you to call them and ask about it. Or you might need a whole refi where you take some cash out for needed repairs or emergencies. Call them now, 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net, 695-7000.
Thank you. The cap must have blown off that they put on the little vent thing.
Hey, Tom, you're about the same age as William there.
Yeah, I am.
If asked, could you make a hump? Huh.
So we got Lauren coming up next.
No answer. Okay.
Yeah. Lauren's next with Rich Harris.
Uh-huh.
No,
Yep.
you don't care.
I love Rich Harris. He sang MacArthur Park.
You are going to hell for that.
Please tell me you get that.
No, I don't actually.
You don't like that? No.
Actor Richard Harris sang the song that was then remade by, I don't know, Donna Summer or somebody.
Is her garden awesome this year?
And I left that cake out in the rain, and I don't think I will ever get that recipe again. MacArthur Park, Richard Harris.
MacArthur, I remember.
Actor Richard Harris. Yep.
Man, that's a long
Thank
song.
you.
Man, that's a long song.
Yes.
Here, Bob, that Kevin gets put to
It's not quite
labor
Chevy to the levee, but yeah.
Oh, wow.
The lawn's mine, the garden's hers.
Oh, wow. That's nice.
Are these like live shots from your
it's
hands?
yeah. Colorado looks like a different place, all the rain that we've had. It's just beautiful right now.
Love it.
See, she's got another garden down in the corner.
Oh, yeah, look at that. It's all a little gated off to keep the bunnies out and whatnot.
Yeah, she thinks it does. It just makes it harder to work on. Like, if a rabbit wants in there, they're gonna.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Rich Harris has to be done by 11.
Right, I'm going to take him right this minute, right as soon as we come back. Bring him right up.
Thank you.
No,
Before
that's her,
you?
That's her. She'll go out every morning.
Yeah, right, thank you.
Whether it's water, whatever.
So funny, I forgot to laugh.
Shush.
We do not work well together in there because she's in charge. And
She's
if
all
I
bossing
say
you around.
Anything. Well, it's the worst kind of boss. It's a boss that can't make up their mind. You just overthink everything.
I would love to have a garden. I've never done it, and that's super intimidating in Colorado to me. So
I put a drip throughout everything, so just it
And-
automatically comes on
and then you'd have to fence it off for the deer not to get to
No,
it.
where you guys are, that's different. With the
Yeah,
deer.
that's like the whole thing. It's just
All
intimidating.
right.
Like, I don't want to get disappointed
Here you
and
go.
screw my garden up.
Well, no,
Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
All right, I want to go to Lauren, and I want to bring up Rich Harris, harrisfamilylaw.com. Great people. Rich, thank you for being here. Here's the bottom line. Lauren says that her daughter, basically, custody and control has been given to the girl's brother. So her sibling is taking care of her, and Lauren doesn't like that situation. Lauren, what are you hoping to do? You want to get back full custody. She's 17 right now. When is she going to be 18? Lauren, when is she going to be 18?
She'll be 18 January 25th.
Okay, so why are you going through all this trouble if she's just going to be 18 in January and be on her own?
Well, it's her senior year. I've raised her by myself for 17 years, and it was kind of a blindsiding court when this happened.
What is the reason the court appointed
So,
custody to the brother? There must have been a reason. What reason did they give you?
It was just because she would not stop hitting me.
She was what?
She would not stop hitting me. She would not stop being abusive
okay, she
towards
would
me.
not stop hitting you. Rich, what does she do in a case? I mean, I'm laying this on your lap cold like this, but that's what it is, as crazy as it sounds. A 17-year-old girl, going to be 18 in January, kept hitting her mother. The courts took the kid away and put her under the guardianship of her brother. What does she do if she wants to try to get that back?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Tom. Nice to talk to you.
Yes.
A really tough situation, Lauren. Sorry to hear it. You're going to need to file some sort of motion with the court. My question is it a permanent placement with the brother, or is it a temporary? Do you have any hearings coming up?
We have a hearing coming up on July 15th. It is a temporary guardianship is how it was placed, but in the paperwork it is a temporary custody. He's put her on his insurance. I mean, he's making it where it's a permanent thing.
But I don't see what's, I don't see,
thing until,
if it's only till January, I don't see the harm in just letting it ride out. And then trying to improve your relationship.
And wouldn't a 17-year-old have a ton to say about this, Rich?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. The court's going to really take the 17-year-old's opinion into account. And there's almost definitely a court-appointed guardian of some kind for the 17-year-old, too.
Yes. Yes, there's a guardian ad litem and there's a case man.
This is almost not worth fighting.
If they're all recommending, yeah, I mean, I hate for what you're going through, ma'am, but it's going to be really hard to change with such a short time frame unless the child wants to come back and the expert is recommending that.
That's the thing, was there is Department of Human Services is involved, and they actually were blindsided as well as I was on April 17th when this happened. The other issue is that I haven't spoken to her since that happened. It's been 8 weeks, and there has been zero communication from my daughter and zero communication from my son.
But Lauren, even if they reversed it, it's not going to improve your relationship. And come January, she's going to be 18. I mean, don't you see the folly in this? I mean, I understand your reasoning, but can't you see that it's a big fight for a very short time?
Improve it. I think it would be like throwing gasoline on it if you forced a 17-year-old known for hitting you back into your house. That's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, Lauren, you know, I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong for wanting to be her mom, but don't you see truly how temporary and how the fight you're going to go through for a couple months?
I do. I'm more concerned with her safety there. She doesn't, it's a brother.
He's a cop.
Parent.
What is the level of Rich? What is the level of evidence or the reason you have to change custody arrangements? I understand it's pretty strong, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends if it's temporary or permanent, but you're right, Tom. It's going to be pretty strong. If she's already been placed with the other individual, the brother, and he's a police officer, unless the county's recommending she go back, including the GAL recommending that, Lauren, I think the chances are going to be really difficult here.
Yeah, and then you're going to run out of time because then she's going to be 18, and then she's going to flee. What I would do, and again, you didn't call for this kind of advice, but what I would do is try to improve your relationship while she's with the brother in hopes that you can have an adult relationship with her when she turns 18. I mean, maybe you meet her for coffee or something.
That's the thing, is that I've tried to set up counseling and nobody is responding.
That's because I'm telling you, it's because of she's 17 and will be 18 in a few months. They don't understand. Now, I understand you want to get counseling, which is different, but have you ever just asked her out for coffee?
I can't even communicate with her. I don't have her phone number.
Well, but you can communicate with
your son and your daughter aren't talking to you right now.
Can you communicate with your son?
My son has me blocked on everything.
No, she said that.
Me blocked.
Oh, Lauren, this is...
He was supposed to set up...
It's probably time to take a step back just for a little bit.
It's not going to be taken care of in the short amount of time you have. It's just not. Rich Harris, HarrisFamilyLaw.com. Thank you for being here. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. It is car day. We do have some car questions. I'm Tom Martino.
Very nice.
I thought so.
Well, that's what I was trying to point out. It's like none of your kids are talking to you. In fact, one of your kids has custody of your other kid.
Hey, yes. Mother of the Year.
Yes. I mean, it's horrible, but there's one thing in
What are you
common
ordering today, Tom?
I don't know yet. I was just thinking about it. I'm going to walk away, though, and think about it.
Get out.
Sketcher's got a new fucking shoe out.
Oh,
Check it out.
Here we go.
Want to see a shoe fiend?
Jeez.
Did you see those? I'm going to look them up now.
It's for $100, whatever. They're crazy
That one looked pretty good.
Yeah, but when you get like top of the line Nikes for the same price.
That's what I'm saying. It is not a Nike, period.
Oh, man, I'd take a Skechers over a Nike any day. Right here, Skechers Men SKX Euro Burst sneaker. $150.
Woohoo! Light up on the bottom. 150 for what, a case?
No, not a case, for one pair.
God.
A case.
This is a guy that buys shoes at Costco.
That's where I buy my Skechers.
I know you do.
You think I'm buying them online? I wait till they get to Costco.
Kelly, let me clarify. When we have an endorsement relationship with Harris, that's fine. We go through Kathy and everything, but on the fly, because we can't get Bonnie, text Harris.
Okay.
I mean, I think when he was an endorsement, it was we were using them so much, she wanted to be able to figure out which attorney to use.
Yeah, that was.
But anymore, like, if it's just a one-off like that, it's okay to text Rich.
Okay.
He'll tell you, or he simply just won't answer.
But try Bonnie first.
Yeah,
always
absolutely.
try Bonnie first. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Clarification.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so Go Run Alpha Tempo Skechers. Go Run.
Go Run.
$185 from Skechers.com.
What's that?
That shoe will outdo any Nike ever made,
All-wheel drive.
anytime, anywhere.
Hey, Mark, get rid of this for me, will you?
What is it?
I don't know, some pop-up, stupid thing.
Mark to the rescue.
Were you on YouPorn?
I was only on there for 5 minutes.
Oh, shoot. You know what? We ended up watching that documentary that was released on the Titan submersible.
That's a good one.
That they went down to the Titanic a few years
Oh,
ago.
years
and
ago.
The morons.
2 years?
This
What
is
is
the
the
second or
Atari
third
controller?
time.
Yes.
What is it? We Help? What is it?
Let me type it in. I don't want to
Yep.
give that out loud.
You don't do a doc on the radio?
No, this was a newer company, Rod. Like,
Oh, okay.
He
Yeah, I
found
guess
out
basically,
8
yeah.
guys
No,
or
it's
so.
the one that imploded.
Yeah, but
And the
Rod thought
rich
it happened
people died.
years ago. It's like 2 years ago on
Oh.
Father's Day.
I bet it was.
It was 2023 Father's Day.
God, was it really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's it, though, yeah.
But did you see how they had to sit in that thing?
Oh, it's horrible.
I mean, you're all hunched up. And
I'll tell you.
So they got around it
You would
because
not.
they couldn't
I
do
won't
it
go to
commercially
space. I won't
just
go
because they
down
didn't
under
go
like
through any
that.
safety stuff.
Stay on Earth.
So what they did is when you
Yes.
paid them a ton of money to come on, they'd have to make you something like you'd be the admin or you'd be in charge of whatever. They literally had
But
to
the
assign.
kid was in there, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, and
Yeah, well, the kid
apparently
was
the
still
kid
adult.
didn't. He was apparently he didn't want to go. They don't say that in the documentary. They just said he went because it was Father's Day and his dad wanted him.
Yeah, suck it up. Come on, let's go.
Suck it up, Buttercup. We're
But
going
they-
down to see the
they
Titanic.
canceled that dive 3 or 4 times within a week of their very last dive.
Really?
And then, you should watch it. It's like, man, I can't believe this guy got away.
When is
with it.
Father's Day?
Sunday.
It's Sunday now.
We're jumping out of a plane Sunday, and you're going to suck it up, Buttercup. We're going to go skydiving Sunday.
You're so funny.
In fact, I'm looking. Is it this Sunday?
You are so kind. No, your kids can jump out of a
No,
plane
your
with
ass.
you. Yeah, I am not jumping out
If
of
it's
a
on the
plane
ground,
with
maybe.
I'll get some of that. What's that stuff that knocks her out and she'll wake up?
Oh yeah.
She'll wake up on the side
He's
of the
gonna
plane.
roofie me so I can
Out on the wing.
skydive.
I'm going
What
to
a
roofie your
jerk.
ass.
Would you skydive?
Probably.
He'll go with you,
Got to replace it once in college.
and you'll never do it again.
No, no reason to.
Yeah.
Nope.
I like keeping my feet on the ground.
They see you land this little graceful touchdown. It's like, no, jump off the roof of your house. That's what it's like landing. Because you don't know how to.
I'm not even
You've
afraid
never
of
done it.
landing. You won't get me in that plane to look out over to jump. It gives me the heebie-jeebies thinking about it.
You got to hold on to this pipe and then you got to let
Penrose. How far is Penrose? Anybody know?
Oh, we just
Oh,
talked
Springs.
about that this morning because there's a cidery.
Oh,
There.
let's check that cidery out Sunday. It's right next to Skydive,
They'll be at the
Colorado.
Brew Fest tomorrow. I don't need to go to Penrose on Sunday.
Look
Yeah.
at Skydive.
Who wants, any YouTubies want to go skydiving with Mark?
Probably every single one of them.
Who wants to go skydiving with Mark?
Sunday.
Have you done it before or not?
He's done it 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. It's a
Our
blast.
daughter has been bugging him since she was like
2
9
p.m.
or 10.
2
So
p.m.
when
Really?
she turned 18.
2 p.m.
Oh.
And then our son went because, of course, daughter, like, oh, I got to do. He got our son was a little pressured into it. He was freaking out, but there was a group of girls there his age that are doing it. So, of course, he couldn't back out.
No, you got to be tough.
Well, I was going to go up to him and explain how he was going to leave. And he decided he was going to jump all of a sudden.
Rod, have you skydived?
No, I had one opportunity and something came up. Probably my wife came up.
She didn't want to push you out?
No.
We've got a friend that him and his wife went up, and the moron jumped first.
And then she didn't go?
And she came back down with the plane. I never laughed so hard. $200. There ain't no refunds.
More than that. Skydiving. More than 200.
Not this one. I got a Groupon for me and you.
Oh, now it's like a 20-minute video ahead of time.
We had like a 4-hour class.
No, it's like what is it, Mark? A 20-minute video now if you're a newbie? He said he had to do a 4-hour class to...
Oh, God, no.
Yeah.
No, it's like, well, ours are all tandem. Did you dive by yourself?
Yeah, tethered.
Yeah, we were, yeah.
Oh, tethered. We were individual.
Oh, so you didn't pull the cord.
No, we didn't pull the cord. As soon as you come out.
Yeah, it goes.
So both of you guys take off, and then...
And you can't really do tricks.
Yourself,
Yes.
Oh, that's probably
That's
why
what
I felt
the
like...
4-hour class was for, to teach you, supposed to teach you how to land.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
That's
the
the
first
main
time
thing.
you do it, I mean, seriously, it's like jumping off the roof of your house. You land
feel
hard.
Not at all.
Savvy said, Tom and I will... I'll address
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. We have a very busy day, car day, but we've been getting so many calls on other things. We'll go to the phones. We do have some car questions as well. Phil wants to talk about an abandoned car. By the way, in the studio with us, we have Kevin Calkin from Sheridan Auto Tech. We have Bob Perry, who's a leasing expert with JFR Cars, and Rod Greer over there, a salesperson. And they're really all good people. So if you have any question about buying a car, selling a car, leasing a car, or car maintenance and repairs, including electrical issues, we have the experts today. But this is an odd one. This is about abandoned cars. Phil, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Tom. First thing, great news on your cancer diagnosis.
Thank you, Phil. You know what?
I'm
I feel
a 4-year.
You're a survivor?
Yes, sir. 4-year stage 4 melanoma survivor.
Oh my goodness gracious! Wow. Well, man, I'm telling you,
so
I'm happy about that.
Yeah. Here's the question. We live in Franktown. We're neighbors somewhere along here. 10 years ago, my wife let one of her girlfriends leave a car here for, quote, a couple months of storage. It's still here. We can't get a hold of her. What can we do to get rid of this car legally? I don't want to pay for it. Just somebody come get it.
What kind of car is it?
It's a 91 Land Yacht Cadillac. It's actually in pretty good shape, too.
You know, where do you guys ever communicate with this friend?
It's been 9 years since we talked to her. We can't, even with, going through her last employer we knew of, we can't get any contact information for her.
You know, you mentioned something. How do you get rid of this legally? I can't answer that, but I'll tell you this. What are the chances she's going to come after it? And if she does, what is it worth? And what is she going to say you did wrong? I mean, she abandoned it. If it was me, I would have some junker a crusher come and pick it up. That's what I would do. I would just do that. Guys, what do you think, guys? Kevin, what do you think about abandoned cars?
Yeah, if you want to do it legal, call a tow truck and let them do their own paperwork.
Oh,
if
do
you're
they
not
do that?
concerned about that. Yeah. Just tell them it's abandoned on my property. Come get it. You sign the ticket, and they'll deal with it. Or you sell it to a junker. Either way.
That's a good idea. I mean, it's not in bad shape.
Like when you say it's not in bad shape, what model is it?
It's one. I think it might be even a Coupe de Ville, but it's that huge one. You know,
It's
the
probably a
91's got that
Fleetwood.
big box.
Yeah, could be.
Or Fleetwood. The big block 500 in it. You know, so it's got a good motor in it and everything, but it's just been sitting there for 10 years.
It's
not worth anything. You've not heard from this woman. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care at all. I would look at. She obviously doesn't want the car, and even if she came back, what is she gonna do? Try to get the value of the car, for God's sakes? I would just get rid of it. And I think what Kevin said was great. You call a tow company and say, "Look, do what you want with it," and they'll probably tow it and write a letter to the last known address. Have you ever tried writing a letter or anything? Hello? Is he gone? I guess he is. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Greg wants to talk about purchasing a 2017 GMC Arcadia or a Jeep Grand Cherokee. What do you guys think?
Mechanically speaking, that's probably Kevin, but I like the Jeep a little bit better. But the 17, you would lose the warranty from it. But they're both pretty decent cars, in my opinion. I tend to lean towards the Jeep a little bit more, but that's just my own. You know,
that's weird, because I would lean toward the Arcadia, because Jeeps just don't have the test of time, in my opinion. But I might be wrong. What do you think, Kevin?
Well, obviously, depending on mileage, it's an 8-year-old car, but the 3.6 that's in both of those is problematic at 100,000 miles.
Okay.
The 3.6 engine. So
but
you got to be real careful with mileage and engine.
If all things being equal on mileage and vintage, the year, which is a better vehicle if you had to pick one?
I lend towards the GMC. Typically, the Jeeps are problematic for me a lot of times.
Okay. That's what I'm thinking.
A lot more repairs.
That's what I'm thinking.
Even the new even the new Pentastar?
No, they're getting better, but the 3.6 is brutally bad.
I didn't know a Grand Cherokee had a 3.6.
Yep. Oh, they both have the same engine.
Well, yeah. Wait a minute. What do you mean the same engine? Like you don't mean
it's Pentastar. It's outside sourced engine.
Okay.
So, and it's problematic. The camshafts are bad. Leaks are bad. We do a ton of work on these.
Greg, you there? Greg, do you have any follow-up questions on this? Okay. I'm having a problem with phone calls, guys. I don't know if it's me or if it's the system.
We're all having a problem with it. It's not just you.
Okay. Let's just hang up. I'm not going to wait for him. Okay. So we gave you the best answer we have. And 303-713-8255. Jen has a follow-up. Listen to this. From back in October, I'm trying to find her call on a 2008 Ford Edge.
Hello?
Jen, recap what your problem was for us. Okay.
Hello?
I'm here, Jen.
Can you hear us, Jen?
Guys, we're
Tom
having...
Martino, I'm still on the line.
Okay.
Guys,
there's something wrong with the phone.
on.
There's something wrong with the phones,
Yes.
guys. So could you take her offline and see if it's what's going on? She had a question about Discount Tire. Let's try Harold just for the hell of it. I mean, let's go for the trifecta. Harold. Harold, Tom Martino here. What's your problem?
There's something going on, Tom.
All right, let me go to some of my text messages. Tom, I heard you talking about leasing a used car, and of course, I've been talking to Bob about it. And I think I mentioned on one of the car days, they say, how far back do people go, or do leasing companies go, if you want to lease a used car? And first of all, I don't know what the benefit is of leasing a used car, but let's examine that as well. But Bob Perry with JFR Cars, what is, first of all, how far back will a company go? I can't imagine they will go back that far.
You can go back 6 model years.
Really?
So you could do a 19 at this point, yes.
Now, why would somebody lease a used car? Is it more economical than buying? Is it safer than buying? Is it most of the depreciation is already taken, so I can see where it could be a pretty good deal?
So yes, that's the biggest part of a lease payment is depreciation. So the right used car that doesn't depreciate a lot more will have a very small payment. And you still have the same options that you have with a new car lease at the end. You know, you've got an out if the value of the car is not there.
What's the oldest one you've ever done?
Probably a 5-year-old car.
Really? And so how long would you typically lease a car like that? For 2 or 3 years?
I think over the air could vary.
Well, it depends on how many miles are on it to start with. But, I mean, they'll still do 5 years on a 6-year-old car.
See, I find that absolutely astounding. And so you can get a car up to 6 years old and go up to 5 years on a lease. That must give you very, very low payments.
I mean, it can. Again, the depreciation's the biggest part. So if there's not much depreciation, it can be a small payment. If it's something like a high-end import car, they still depreciate a lot, and the payment would be huge. And that doesn't make sense.
Again, it all has to do with what the lessor feels it will be worth at the end of the lease term, because that is what you're going to make payments based on today's value minus the residual value. That's the part of the car you're using, or as I like to say, the part of the apple you're eating and the part of the apple you have to pay for. And somebody wants to know this, and I forgot this. What is the difference? Ask your leasing guy, what is the difference between an open end and a closed end lease? And I used to know that, but God, do they even have one or the other? Are they both available? What's the difference?
Yes. So open end is designed for commercial use. So it's business use. So on an open end lease, you'll still have a residual value, but the lessee is responsible for that value. Because if say you're in construction, what's the average wear and tear on a pickup truck that you're hauling around rocks and drywall and all that, versus a closed end is designed for individuals. So on an open end, the lessee is responsible for the residual value. So get to the end of the lease, got a residual value, turn the car in. So then you get 3 bids on that car, and if it's worth more than residual value, the lessee gets that money back. If it's worth less than residual value, the lessee has to pay the difference. On a closed-end lease, the lessee's not responsible for the residual value as long as they're within the miles that are written and you don't have excessive wear and tear. You can just walk away.
So that means closed end, meaning everything is tied up at the end. You don't have to worry about it. But with an open end, you're open to whatever extra charges there might be if it has excessive wear.
Correct, because, what's average wear and tear? If I tell you I have a construction company, I go, all my trucks are beat up. That's average for me. So it's kind of a gray area so that you're still responsible for that. So normally an open-end lease will have a very small residual value just to be safe.
Now, is it a good idea then? Would you recommend that to a client if they were in business, or would you just say purchase it?
No, I mean, it still makes sense because the company would get to write off the lease payments. And, normally like a construction company, when that lease is up, they're going to buy that because it's a good buy and get rid of an older truck. So they just pass them down that way. No, it still makes a lot of sense.
All right. Thank you very much, Bob Perry. He's with JFR Cars. Leasing questions you can direct to us. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Thank you.
So what's up with the phone?
I think something broke.
Okay.
At all. A loving husband, thriving kids, and meaningful work. Then, her police officer husband's secret infidelity and abuse of his badge were exposed. In Season 4 of the Betrayal podcast, she confronts his deception and the police department that overlooked his misconduct.
The kids and I thought we were living this life of love and a family. Never did I think that anything like this was going on behind our backs.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Betrayal, and listen now.
If you're ever in trouble and need a defense attorney, whether it's a massive traffic ticket, a DUI, or you got in trouble fighting with a neighbor or whatever it is, okay? Even shouting at someone can sometimes end up with an assault charge. Whatever it is, Joe Lazzara will consult you free of charge up front. He's a criminal defense attorney. I hope you never need him, but if you do, you call him. And then if you decide you want to hire him, it's on a flat fee basis, so you won't be nickeled and dimed every time you talk to him. It's a really good way of doing business. And Joe Lazzara is a great guy. Lazzara Legal, and it's Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com, or you find him at referralist.com, 303-429-6200. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies does exactly what it says. It gets you ready for retirement. Now, mostly what they do are annuities for fixed income, for an income for life once you reach retirement. Now, they help you get ready for retirement in other areas, but they also are a big believer in fixed indexed annuities where you put a lump sum away or you put money away each year and it becomes income later in life. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. If you want to know what else they do, ask them. They're happy to discuss everything they do without any obligation. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211.
Skip.
Right? Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Pennsylvania.
So what are you working on?
Are we off the air or not?
We were for a sec. I don't know if we're back up or not.
Is there a way to test the phone before we go on air?
Oh, not testing it on air. Troubleshooter Show, what's your first name?
Well, you know
Chris, I'm sorry?
Kind of weird, but
Greg, what's your question?
Older car.
He might have been the one with the car.
Yeah, I know. We had some problems. It was
almost $2,000.
Was it the used car?
I went to eBay.
Jeep versus Arcadia.
Okay, is this bad enough to be on the Sleaze Brigade?
I'll put it in. It's back.
The initial get it.
Can you tab out of there, please?
In theory, was carb compliance. They have minimums on the bricks.
No, I get it. I get it.
Non-compliant ones have no specs to meet or quality or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So they may or may not be good. There was just nothing that they could regulate.
Oh.
So they wanted something to regulate, so that's what they did. So carb compliant means that they have 1 pound bricks.
Hang on 1 second. That's the office.
What should we order, man?
Well, Sabby said she would skydive with you. Tom and I'll just, unless her husband Tom wants to skydive, we'll just sit on the ground and have brews and watch you guys fall from the sky. Right, Sabby? I can't believe you put that poll up.
Oh, I didn't get to check it. What's it at?
Most people say I should not jump.
Hey, Suze, did you do it ever?
I mean, your corporation bylaws, one of you has to be safe from the, you can't both die in the same crash.
Yeah. We're doing it for our kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Think of the kids.
All right, I'm going to go through. I'll see if she's lying, first of all, because I will ban everybody.
Tommy, would you skydive?
No, I think I'd be afraid.
She says her husband. Yeah, I am. She said her husband will go, so I'll just sit with the kids.
I would
and
be
the kids and I'll have
brews.
brews.
Be really.
It says yes. It says yes. You should.
I would be really
lying.
afraid.
Yeah, I'd be pooing my pants.
I wonder if our phones are going to work.
We are connected. If you could please help Guy get set up in the studio.
Taking a walk.
Oh, AJR.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's go back to Greg. We reconnected this time. He wants to know about the Jeep versus the GMC. And then Kevin said he's leaning more toward the GMC, given that all things are equal, mileage and, condition and stuff like that. But he said that engine in both of them, which is the same engine, they're not good engines after about 60,000 miles. Greg, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, they were all both 2018. One is a GMC, one is a Jeep. So they think the engines are equivalent. They're different engines by different manufacturers.
They are. Did you know that, Kevin? He said they're two different engines.
Yeah, but they're just problematic. Yeah,
Okay.
we have a lot of problems
So
with,
they're not
with
the
both
same.
platforms.
They're not the same manufacturer then.
It's the same displacement of 3.6 is what I'm assuming, unless he's getting a Hemi or something like that in the Jeep.
No, they're both 6-cylinder.
Yep, yeah, they're both the 3.6, so they're 100,000 mile motors.
Okay.
Just keep that in mind when you're buying them.
What happens after that, Kevin?
Thank you.
Yeah, like what?
The cams are problematic. You start digging in and doing major engine work. So leaks are back and forth. You just start spending a lot of money on them.
Okay. So
What I would have is if I'm looking at a what we'll call it a 6-seat SUV near that age, what would you be looking at?
Well, man, there's a lot of good SUVs. It depends on what you want to spend. Like Toyotas would be great, right, Kevin?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely the best. Yes.
I mean, they have the longevity.
Okay.
How much do you want to spend?
I'm looking at spending right around 25,000 or less.
Yeah, you can get a
a
nice
pretty good
Toyota
one.
in that window.
Yeah, you can get a pretty good one for that. And may I ask another question? Why haven't you considered new? Too expensive?
Just because of the cost. Most of the new ones. I mean, I have thought about Hyundai or Kia new just because of the warranties.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Hyundais have. Hey, Kevin, do Hyundais have a problem with longevity?
Yeah, they do. I mean, without that warranty, they're not near as valuable. But they're 100,000 mile cars. They are.
Okay. Well, see, when we say that 100,000 miles is a lot of miles. I mean, then, I mean, I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is they start going at about 50 or 60 and then are pretty wrapped up at 100. So when you say 100,000 miles, you mean they kind of start deteriorating and they start nickeling and diming you, right?
Yeah, they start taking chunks. Yes.
Yeah. Man, one thing, when I had my G-Wagon and it got up around 60,000 miles, Kevin, there was always something. And here's you're looking at this Mercedes G-Wagon supposed to be, built like a tank. And I'm telling you, the cost of maintenance was outrageous. And you're saying all Mercedes do that, right?
Yeah, most Europeans, BMW is the same thing. I mean, you hit that 60 window and it starts taking a lot of money to keep those on the road.
Why do you think it is that way? Are they not built well? I mean, they look like a brick you-know-what house. I mean, they really look...
Oh, yeah. No, it's not like they have major problems, but the problems they have are very expensive.
Okay.
So, in other words, a common leak on a European car, on one of these, costs you $5,000.
Yeah.
That costs you $1,200 on a Jeep.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I think, Eben, is this a new call on an abandoned car? We took one earlier. So what's going on? Yeah, that was from Phil. Now this is you. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, I've got exactly the same question. Everybody I know that lives in the country has dealt with abandoned cars, and I would rather hang up because my question was his question.
Okay. Greg, I want to ask you something. How long has the car been there? Not Greg, I'm sorry, Evan. How long has the car been there?
Let's say 6 months.
And is it on your property?
Yes.
Okay, I'd call a tow truck and say, listen, I got a vehicle abandoned on my property. They like doing it because they can make some money off of those, right, Kevin? When you said call a tow truck, because they send out notices.
Yeah, sometimes they can. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of car is it, Evan?
Is it, may I interject? Because everybody that I know has sooner or later got an abandoned car. That a licensed tow truck by the PUC will come and get them for free and haul them away legally and take care of the paperwork.
Good.
That I think anybody that has a vehicle, that they should get some monetary return for the bother or the storage fee.
Yeah, but you can if you can't locate the owner. You're never going to get anything. I mean,
well, you can,
if the owner is dead, let's say the owner's dead.
There is a process, Evan. There is a process you can go through. It'll cost you about $500, and you'll get a bond title, and then you can sell the car.
Or you can.
That was the answer that I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go through that. It takes about 4 months and about $500, and you can get a title.
And where does he start, Kevin?
$500 to get.
There's companies that'll apply for that. I mean, there's one, I can't remember his name, that we work with.
So if a car is abandoned,
yeah,
there might be a way for Evan to go through a process whereby he gets a bonded title and owns it at the end of the process.
Yes. Yeah, you can get the paperwork online.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can a civilian, a layman, go through the bonded title process without legal advice or a company that does it for the $500?
Yes. Yes, you can.
It is possible.
You do have to, I would assume you have to put up a bond.
Well, in the end, you have to put up a bond.
Yeah,
but
so
I mean,
no matter what, you're going to have to put up a bond.
But how much is that bond?
To
depends on the value of the car.
Give me an idea. Like, is it a small percentage?
$100.
Okay,
$100 for a bond.
Yeah. So, what kind of car is it?
You answered,
Evan. What kind of car is it?
I know. I'm calling as a generic caller because everybody that I've known for years, a guy says, "I'll leave it here for the weekend." And that was 5 or 10 years ago.
Get out of here.
Is this Phil?
That's never happened.
Is this frequent flyer Phil?
No, it's not.
No.
This is Evan. He sounds a little like Phil.
Okay, well, Phil's called in with a different name in the past.
Yeah, but we can tell him. Evan, thank you for calling, 303-713-8255. Yeah, abandoned vehicles in the country, they are plentiful. I mean, they really are. You often wonder what the hell's going on and why. By the way, Genesis Total Exteriors, we talked to them about their construction, indoor and outdoor. They also do mold detection and remediation. And they're honest about it. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
No, I want something.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
And we are still seeing delays out west on I-70, westbound just past Denver West, right 2 lanes blocked with road repair out there. This happened about 4.5 hours ago during the rush hour, and they're still in there working, still jamming traffic quite heavily through that area. Right now, it looks like...
hey, did I type anything? I've been busy here.
I guess we had a reported accident there. Couldn't spot a lane block, but it is sluggish. 270's running heavy, and I-25 both directions in and out of downtown. Little heavy volume also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode with a musician from the great indie band AJR, Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ready? What is a whole house fan? Well, it's a fan that goes up in the attic and pulls air through your house and out the attic into the sky. Now, why do you have it? It's to destratify the air in your home. That means to even out the temperatures. It brings the cooler air up from the bottom and mixes with the hotter air and then puts the extreme hot air out. Here's what it does. It cools your house without air conditioning sometimes, and it always makes your house more comfortable, and your air conditioner works less most of the time. So it's a great thing to have to augment your AC and to save money. I've had mine now for years, and I can tell you I save a ton of money on AC. QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419.
Would Jesse, would Tom push Mark out of his helicopter with a chute, of course?
That's one thing they're strict about, though. If you go up in the plane, they're not going to push you out. You got to jump on your own.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big...
I won't even get in the plane.
Yep.
I won't even get to the tarmac that's holding the plane.
Well, the one
Stay away.
The plane's so ratty, you're happy you have a parachute. It
Might not
Most
land.
of them are. Yeah.
It doesn't look very...
They don't even serve drinks.
No, they don't have a door.
You want to jump.
Is that the standard?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hold on. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You just hit it. Hold on, let me go to my... Maybe famous Dave's.
Better jump or we're going to crash.
Oh, for God's sakes, this process is killing us.
What is my food delivery?
Yeah, the what should we have and how do we get? I love it. I'm serious. I love it, but just it's like it's like a soap opera.
I guess it's be like the
that's what
greatest
we should
roller
call it, a
coaster
soup
ride,
opera.
right?
Yep.
No super you.
Well, the other thing that got me was in a fraternity in college.
Famous
one of the frat
Dave's.
brothers,
What do you want?
he was
Style
doing
ribs?
150.
I heard famous Dave's mentioned.
Together for everybody.
I don't know what.
You know he likes nibbling the bone.
And on his 150th
Okay, I'll find
jump,
it.
he had
I
to
don't
cut
know.
out and go to his
I say I don't.
Why don't you go on and look?
But you still got one more. No,
They have
I
rib
don't.
tips and
I did
this
it
and
once.
that, but I don't something.
Yeah. That was-
You like that?
Just the tip.
But it couldn't happen to us because we were
Look at this
Tethered.
one. Look at this
Right.
deal. You want that?
It's like as soon as you're away from
Okay.
playing the court, this goes right by your face, and there goes the parachute.
Oh, okay. That's how it worked. Okay.
What was that, burnt ends? No.
It was over by Park
You like
Meadows. There
burnt
was
ends?
indoor skydiving.
Okay, they have a whole dish of it.
I mean, I tried that once, and it was hard to breathe.
Yeah.
Wait, look,
You know?
just meat. Would you like that? Okay.
I don't know if it's the same feeling. I assume it is.
Oh, I wonder if I can do that.
How awkward do you listen to this?
It's definitely weird when you first let go because it's
Oh yeah,
totally
special instructions. Okay.
You jump out of it perfectly.
I like that feeling, that anxiety, though. I like that.
Well, that's
me.
That's the word for it. Anxiety. You start like, what the fuck did I just do? Because you can't go back.
But each
Right,
time,
So
right.
it's like, no, I changed my mind. You know. But then the shock.
But they don't let me add.
How hard and fast you're coming.
Wait, hold on. Special
They say they
instructions.
train, but you're not used to this.
They don't let me
Boy, a
add.
tandem probably makes more sense.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
I don't know that was
Okay.
a thing.
Let me just see what they have here.
oh,
Okay, there.
maybe not.
That's gonna
You're
be
like
delicious.
Nicolas Cage trying to crack a code. You know that?
And again, you're with your frat brothers.
That's what it is.
So nobody's.
Yeah, you got to do it.
I love
Yeah.
their
Oh,
chicken.
yeah.
too.
Everybody
They
in the
have great
plane is
chicken.
like, oh god, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking at ordering, Tom?
What's
Famous
that?
Dave's.
Oh, I love Famous Dave's.
I love Famous Dave's.
Yeah, they're pretty tasty.
Hey, Suze,
Oh, crap.
I don't know if you heard me, but
1 minute.
I would never skydive. It would scare the shit out of me.
Oh, yeah. No, you and I are on the same page, but
Well, you're used to the plane staying up.
Yeah. I mean, man, the idea of that, you know,
I have enough anxiety just traveling in a plane to a different city.
I don't know how you fly without a parachute
Feel
on,
what?
Tom, just in case.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was cool.
Not that
Okay.
you'd want to
I could
jump
do that all
golly.
day long. I didn't have any problems.
Why?
It was up pretty high. And
Okay.
Mark loves that stuff, and Adeline loves that stuff.
Mhm. And I don't mind height. A lot of people are afraid of the height part, even before the jump.
Yep.
See, I don't mind that.
I
at
just
all.
don't think I'd
just
like
don't-
that.
whole
I don't
idea.
think I'd like that feeling of falling when I jump out. I mean, that would
Yeah.
scare the living
Well,
shit out of
Mark
me.
likes the rush. He likes the rush of it. Like that feeling, he likes the rush
Yeah,
of
yeah.
of dropping
Well,
and
after the show, I'll
maybe
chase him with
dying.
an axe. see
You know,
if
the
he likes
rush of
that.
maybe dying.
Where can I get just?
No street sure prevent any disease.
Stop. You're up.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Harold, what's going on with you, Harold? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Tom. First-time caller.
Yes, sir.
Having an issue with a company I hope you can help me with.
Okay, what is it?
The company name is Top Shelf Electric Heating and Plumbing.
Okay, and what's the problem?
I signed up for a yearly service plan at the end of January of this year.
Okay.
And before I did, I went on their website because I have a tankless water heater.
Yes.
And I wanted to know if that was included with their service plan, which includes service and flushing of water heaters, among other things.
Right, exactly. Right.
And I didn't see anything that says that. I didn't see anything on their site that said it was extra. And I called them in January before I signed up, and I specifically asked at least twice that I know of if it mattered that I had a tankless water heater.
Right.
I was told no, it doesn't matter.
Right.
It's covered.
Mm-hmm.
When it came time to do it, it was a different story.
Let me ask you something, Harold. Do you pay for this by the month or in a lump sum?
It was $99 for the year. I paid for it in a lump sum.
Okay.
And I even let me get to this. I'm on my computer right now. I even received an email from them because they sent a tech out this past Thursday, yesterday, to do the tankless water heater safety inspection / flush.
Yes.
I got the email right in front of me. I can send it to you. And it says under that, $99 promo, 1-year service plan.
Okay.
Nowhere does it say that it's extra.
How much extra are they charging?
And at first, they wanted to charge me $189 extra.
Holy crap.
And then when the tech got here, yesterday, before he started, he said it's going to be $129. They're giving you a little break. I'm not paying that because I was told it was included. I am not paying that.
Do you have anywhere, hold on, Harold, no matter what you were told, it's not going to matter unless you can prove it. So do you have anything in writing or any emails or any texts or anything?
Stating that the water heater tankless was included?
Yeah, or anything saying it was not included.
Like that, except that.
Okay, so everything you did for this maintenance plan was by phone, or by how? How did you communicate with them? And what did you call them up for? What was the original reason you called them? Very seldom do people call these companies and say, oh, by the way, I want a yearly maintenance plan. So what brought you to this yearly maintenance plan? What was it?
We purchased another house, and I'm sure the previous owner didn't have the tankless flush. I mean, the house is only 4 years old.
I understand. How did you come to find this company, and why did you call this company? How did you find them, and why did you call them?
I received a flyer in one of those coupon things they mailed.
And was it about the maintenance plan, the flyer, or was it just about their general service?
It was about the maintenance plan.
Okay, do you still have that flyer?
Several things. I don't know. My wife's going to look right now.
Okay,
but
here's what's going to happen, Harold. Let me just tell you what's going to happen. I'll have somebody call over there and say, why aren't you taking care of his tankless water heater? And they're going to say, it's not included. And then we're going to say, but he said you promised it was included. And they're going to say, no, we didn't. So what I'm getting at is it's not going to go anywhere. I mean, I understand that you say, they said it was included. And in their mind, they could mean it was included for an extra charge. I mean, we need some kind of documentation. By the way, even if you have something saying what is included, because if they say a water heater, then I would say they'd have to include your water heater. They would. I mean, if they say water heater. So do you have anything at all that describes this service?
I'm looking right on their website. This service includes 1 annual AC tune-up, 1 annual furnace tune-up, 1 annual water heater flush and safety inspection, 1 visual electrical inspection, and discounts on repairs.
So what would you say that is, Mark? Would you expect it to be covered?
Yes. Yes, not only that, he said he talked to him twice, and both times they said it, and I take the guy at his word, along with what I'm reading on the website. These guys, I don't know why they wouldn't do it.
No, it makes sense.
I even have an email that says the same thing.
What does it say in your email?
Let's just try to call them up. I mean, they got good ratings and stuff. Maybe they'll come on and simply say, hey, we'll go ahead and do it for them, and then change the language in the agreement to new people.
Did they offer to refund it?
When it's actually... No, that's what I was just going to say. After the tech that was here yesterday told me that it was going to be $129, I called the company and spoke to, I guess it's their service manager. Her name is Dawn. I said, if you're not going to honor this, I want my $99 refunded. And she said, I'll talk to the owner and call you back. And she called me back 15 minutes later, and she said he refuses.
Let's get them on. Let's just try to call them. Maybe they'll be a little better when we talk to them.
Deputy
Kelly.
D, what do you have?
Well, I'm also looking at their website, and right at the top, the very first top line of their website says 100% satisfaction guarantee and a thumbs up symbol. So I think Dawn.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, so I think Dawn should just shoot you a refund for $99.
Yeah.
Let's give them a call.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, and that's the main reason I wanted the service for the water heater flush.
Mm-hmm. I can call them right now, Thomas.
Yeah, let's let Deputy D.
He pays $99 to allow them to come into the house 3 times a year to inspect everything. They should be happy as hell. I mean, Kevin, wouldn't you love to be able to inspect someone's car 3 times a year?
And get paid for it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Last week, maybe a week and a half ago, I actually had another tech come out to do an AC check and inspection. As soon as he came in the door, he asked where the AC unit was. I said, well, it's in crawl space, but it's like a 5-foot crawl space, if maybe a little more. He said, I'm not going down there.
This was for the same
That's
company?
What he told me.
The same company?
Same company. Yep.
That
Another tech
sucks.
From yesterday, but yes. And he didn't check anything. He didn't open one panel. He didn't do anything.
About the condenser outside, did he at least take a hose to it?
He didn't have a hose, and I don't have a hose on the house yet because we just moved in.
Listen, it sounds like what we ought to do is just get a refund and move on. You're not going to...
Yeah, I mean, the satisfaction guarantee that Dimitri pointed out, you've got that, and then here's 2 services that he paid for, neither of which they'll do. It's kind of stupid at this point.
Yeah. So Dimitri is calling him right now. Let's put this on hold, and we'll see what they have to say. I mean, when you have a customer like this, for God's sakes, $99 is not going to make or break the company. Let him out. Let him out. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Very nice.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
And we are still seeing delays out west on I-70, westbound just past Denver West, right 2 lanes blocked with road repair out there.
Mark can do
this
CMG
happened about
after
4.5
Fuller.
hours ago
first.
during the rush hour.
Very kind. Thank you.
Traffic quite heavily through that area. Right now, it looks like I-70 west from 270 back towards Colorado has been sluggish. We had a reported accident there. Couldn't spot a lane block, but it is sluggish. 270 is running heavy, and I-25 both directions in and out of downtown. Little heavy volume also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you want to destroy woke culture, and you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red Pilled America, the common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that does things differently than any other personal injury attorney. First of all, he'll talk to you on your very first call. You don't have to hire him. You don't have to go through an intake process. You can say to the people that answer the phone, I want to talk to John, or he may answer the phone. Now listen, he believes in talking to you up front, so all of your expectations are met. He'll answer all of your questions, give you free legal advice. If you decide to hire him, wonderful. If not, nothing lost. And if you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. So call the only attorney that will talk to you up front, John Fuller. It's 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
CA, brother, before you run off?
Yeah, I'm not running off.
Okay, because I kind of screwed it up. I didn't screw up. I ran out of space and forgot to add it.
What do I need?
There's also a Vestera here.
Okay.
Vestera, can you do it out of Mark?
Yeah, absolutely.
Versus a lot of them ended up.
You rock.
These guys,
love you, thank you.
Out the middlemen get a better rate, save on fees by going direct with John Clace and CMG. Give them a call at 303-882-6679. If you've been thinking about a reverse mortgage, these are your guys, 303-882-6679.
You know, Vestera Turnkey is a company that helps people become landlords and holds their hand through the whole process. It's unbelievable. People are becoming landlords without the conventional risks and hassles. The way it works is this. You call them, they help you find a home in a hot market, they help you get that home rented, and they have a management company that you work with, and they hold your hand through everything, including taking your daily phone calls for anything that might happen. And of course, there aren't daily phone calls because they have this system streamlined. Then when it comes time to sell it, they help you sell it and you get the profits. That's the way it works. Vestera Turnkey. Find out more by getting in touch with them. VesteraTurnkey.com or MyBiggestReturn.com. 303-888-3788. 888-3788.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. There's no option here, not one.
For what, having them come and feed you the ribs?
Kelly, did you call over there?
Yeah.
What'd they say?
So I spoke with Don. Brian, the manager and owner, is out in the field right now, and so they were very nice, and she's going to pass along the message, and they sounded like they were amenable to coming on.
All right.
Nice.
You see their trucks all over town.
Yeah, it's a pretty big company.
Yeah, they're not a small outfit.
Hey, Bob. What about Bob?
What about Bob?
Oh, yes, that's William. Yeah. So, let me. Do you have something that you can write his name down and
Mm.
Oh my. Okay, his name is William. Yeah, it's 770-369.
A fishing trip. JR, our son, now that he lives in Nebraska, is so into fishing, it's not even funny.
Where's he hitting? Just lakes around there?
Yeah.
What's that?
Where is he going? Just to lakes around?
Yeah, in locals.
Lakes,
Scottsbluff.
ponds.
Yeah, he's just, we're getting 3 text pictures a day of shit he's caught.
Cool.
One of his coaches said on one of them was like, you can get a master's award certificate for that one. And it was some sort of rock bass, something or another. Anyway, it's like, I'm like, this
So
kid.
he's turned into a redneck, is what you're saying.
Yeah, fishing in the summer, football in the in
the fall.
In the fall and winter, and then basketball in between.
So a little east of him there is McConaughey, and it's a hell of a thing.
It's a big thing.
Yeah, but how far is McConaughey?
From there, it
Couple
couldn't
hours.
be more than a Maybe an hour, maybe?
Todd Terry's got a place on that.
I know. I was talking to Todd about it the other day. Let's see here. Maps. Directions to, what's his town now, Mark?
Isn't he Shadron?
Yeah, Shadron.
Why do I know this about your son?
You know too much.
847.
How about that ditty?
Yeah, it's by Ogallala.
What did he
It's a
do?
couple hours from Shadron.
They got some rapper testifying, but they won't tell people who the rapper is, which is weird.
Please be Eminem.
No, it's who was the oh man,
Lil Wayne?
No, man, who's the guy? Vanilla Ice.
No.
The best rapper ever to walk the planet.
That'll be fine. Here we go.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's find out what's on your mind today and how we can help you. Let me just find my call screener. Here I am. Okay, so Bob with LEM Landscaping, what is he calling about? Did he go out there already or what? What's going on? Or did you get him on for Dawn? Bob? Yes, Bob. What did you want to do, sir? Did you hear the earlier caller I wanted you to go out and look at?
I got two of them. I'm going to call them here in just a little bit, get
Good.
the information, then I'll need to go look at it.
Good.
But I wanted to let you know, because of your amazing, the way you talk about our company, we want to put out that anybody that calls from Tom Martino Show and hires us, and you know our labor rate because I just work for you, we're going to take $500 a day off in labor off our normal labor rate for anybody that gets calls from your show and hires us.
Holy crap. Holy crap.
What does that equal, like 6 hours of labor? What is that?
Our normal labor rate, like it was for you, is $3,500 a day. What we get in one day, as you saw, we can do 2 days work in one. But we'll take it down to $3,000 a day, and all materials are wholesale paid by the customer to the supplier. That saves them a minimum of 50%. That's because of you, Tom. We love you. You support us, and we want to give back to your listeners.
Now, listen, I want people to know that he's talking about the entire crew when he talks about $3,000 a day, and most of landscaping is labor, not materials. So that's a screaming deal. And if you want to find out more about Bob or just talk to him and ask your questions, because I'm sure you have questions, it's 303-564-9104, 303-564-9104. Thanks, Bob. We use him, LEM Landscaping on referralist.com. We use him to go out and inspect a lot of things, like this guy that said he's having a lot of flooding since they paved the street in front of his house. We want to see what's causing that and if it can be diverted and what the solution is. So Bob's helping us there. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Now, Harold is going to talk about this company. He said he signed up for a $99 yearly maintenance plan with Top Shelf Electric Heating and Plumbing in January 2025. And he has a tankless water heater. And according to everything, there's no exclusion for this, but they say it's going to be an extra $129. And I said, look, rather than fight over he said, she said, if he hasn't used this yet, why not just refund the money? Deputy D was going to call over there. Deputy D.
Yeah, hi, Tom. I called them just a few minutes after we, finished with Harold here. And they're going, so the lady I spoke with was not the same one that Harold spoke with.
Yeah.
But I did explain the situation, and I did politely ask him to consider just giving him back his $99,
Yeah.
and he can go his own way. So she's going to check with the lady, I forgot her, Dawn. I think that's Dawn that he spoke with. So this lady she promised me she'll immediately contact Dawn. She'll
Good.
get familiarized with the situation. She'll call me right back.
Okay, well, that's good. I'll tell you, so at least they were willing to talk about it. And many times there are misunderstandings. And I've always said, if you haven't expended any time, any money, any products, it's always best to just cut bait and not have a contentious relationship. It really is. So we're going to follow up on that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. It's car day. I do have car texts, and I'll get to those as well. And you can always text us, remember, at 57739.
Thank you. All right. I got to go meet real quick with Dimitri.
Yeah, and they can deliver in 59 minutes.
Okay, hold on. Then
What?
let me
You're
just
leaving?
Put my payment
Not the
information
building.
there.
He's here.
If
I
I
just,
can't
he
do
wants
it,
to do
and
some
they will deliver.
advertising. I don't even know.
You mean Deputy D?
What's he do?
He owns a trash company.
There's a whole roasted chicken for you.
Or recycling. Maybe it's recycling.
But he's over.
Not this second.
Yeah, the rib tips. Okay. So it came to
Oh.
$30 for the food, $5 for delivery, $2.80 tax, so it looks like 37 cents.
Yeah, maybe Mark
Doesn't give me an option for a tip.
Okay, so here.
I'm staying out of it. I don't even know what to say.
Now we joke with Dimitri. Who else had a sanitation company?
Yeah, you know
Who?
what I could
Tony
do?
Soprano.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You did.
Send you the link to the shopping cart.
And he seems like he could be that type because he's real quiet. Nobody knows what he does. He shows up here once a month.
I do.
But he's really good though.
Dimitri?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty sharp.
I don't know why you can.
I don't know how he runs his company. He's here every day.
I know. Well,
Yeah.
he takes a few days off, but yeah, you're right. I mean, he's always helping us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know how he does it.
Great communicator. Yeah.
He is. I really like D.
Or it's more like Tony Soprano. Yeah.
Yeah. He's got people.
I know a guy.
I haven't seen Chopper in a while. Has he been on the radio in a while?
Chopper is only in on Tuesdays.
Oh, okay.
So, but he does call in with updates.
Great.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we?
Need another water bottle?
I trusted
Sure,
you, so
thank
I don't
you.
know what you ordered. I'd say go with whatever you.
I never know. I just leave it up to Kelly. Oh, really? Yeah. Leave it open, huh?
Just do away with this one so it doesn't get barbecue card. See it. Hold on a second.
Let's see if that link worked. Oh, son of a bitch! It didn't work for you. Should have taken you straight. It was a link directly to my shopping.
Why the fuck is this so weird? Let me copy it and put it in Firefox. Let me try that.
I think it's because it didn't choose the store.
No.
So, top right, choose the store.
Oh, I love it.
I'm not going to do it on this. I know
Oh, no.
this.
Okay.
I'm going to go to my Chrome again.
Rice cake. Love it.
What store did you choose?
Aurora.
And how did you find it?
I just
Put in what?
put in your zip code.
What's that?
Okay. It's Denver 80231, and it's Stapleton.
She thinks I'm not here
I mean,
because I get here
I don't
at
know.
3. So I get up at
Oh,
3:30,
Aurora.
but yeah,
Okay,
4
right
a.m.
here.
here. And she's here till
So
when?
set as my location.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we got the whole day
And then
covered.
what? Now,
And
order
there's this
now.
pleasant part in the middle where we are at each other's throats.
And now, am I where you are now?
Ugh. He's not here all day. Oh, swear to God.
Go to menu.
How about this?
Got
I
it.
take out my anger on you over there on Sangenberger. Look at that little.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
We're getting two different
I
things.
understand what I'm
Oh,
over.
right here. Click on that. Then we'd go barbecue meats. Now scroll up a little. There's your chicken.
Got it.
You get barbecue instead.
What's the difference, do you think?
Well, barbecue with a barbecue sauce.
Yeah, I want that.
Okay. Add that to order.
Now yours is.
It's going to be actually scroll down. Meat by the pound.
Mm-hmm.
Right here.
Tippies are going to be down there.
go to?
Nope.
Up top,
It's over.
And then click on that card.
View card.
And we'll give you an option to proceed to checkout, and we'll tell you.
That's what it. He must have been reading my mind. He meant Dimitar, which is the head. He owns Euro Plumbing.
Well, Kelly, let's go down there and get maced and Billy Club.
Welcome to Parker.
Oh, yeah.
Show the address.
I thought you were from California.
I was actually, fun fact, I was driving back from Purdue.
He must have called the guy Dimitri, and he's like, "It's Dimitar. We've only known each other 8 years." Chopper says hi.
Oh,
he heard us talking on the YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Rod says, "Hey."
Who? What?
I'm talking to Chopper on YouTube.
Why?
Chopper's always stirring the shit.
What is he
I was
doing?
over in his neighborhood. That's where I saw him.
How hard it was?
Yeah. Probably about a week ago.
You were in his neighborhood?
Yeah.
And what, you're just driving and you're like, "Oh my God, there's
No,
Chop."
When I sold Chopper the Ford Mustang, his neighbor has like 5 collectible cars.
Oh.
And I've been trying to get a hold of this guy.
But
it just haven't been able to happen.
Gotcha.
The
Because
Chopper just happened to be outside when I
That's
drove
so
by.
funny. I gotcha. JR from the road, I do not like Kanye West anymore. He's mean to Taylor Swift.
Is he still mean to her?
Actually, I don't know. No, he's just sort of douchey. In fact, but I will say this. One of Kanye's albums is one of my very favorite albums of all time. 808s and Heartbreaks. It came out like in, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago.
Love it.
It's got to be one of his first albums.
It was maybe, second or something. It's the one that has a Heartless on it, but that whole album is so good. I'll get on a Kanye kick now and then, but he sure is kind of douchey. Yeah, he with the latest Nazi shirts that he took everything off his merch store like 6 months ago, put up a Nazi symbol shirt for $20, and I like, the guy is mental. In fact, I'm going to go to his website and see if it's still like that.
And I put everything.
He's a billionaire.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a billionaire.
He's eccentric as hell.
Oh yeah.
He is so weird. I feel bad about the whole thing about his mom.
I don't want to place it.
You know, like, he paid when he got big. He paid for her plastic surgery, this or that, and she died on the table. So that's my understanding. I mean, that's got to be like terrible to deal with. But where is his? Did he take his website down?
Yeah. You remember when they held it?
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice, so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. It's car day today. We got a lot of questions, problems, complaints coming in. You can be part of it by just calling 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466, or 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Man, we've had a lot of calls today about neighbors and water and drainage and encroachments. So, and it is car day today. I have Kevin Calkin with us from SheridanAutotech.com. And then we have two folks from JFR Cars. We have Bob Greer, who is a auto broker salesperson, and we have Bob Perry, who does leasing. If you have any questions on that, we've had questions on leasing cars, and going back to those questions, how old can you go back? 6 model years, and sometimes leasing a used car makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't, and Bob can counter you through all that. We also have some other calls we'll get to. Right now, though, Dawn. What's going on with you, Dawn? Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can. What's happening?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Hi. Thanks so much for taking Thanks for taking my message.
Yes.
Essentially, I wondered if you can help with the situation. I have a neighbor who has a downspout that off their roof that is pointing to my property. 2 years ago, my basement was very badly flooded, and we've had a lot of monsoons here recently. And we had a discussion about him rerouting that water back into his yard. He actually approached me about it, and he was going to do that. But instead of directing it away from my property, he merely extended the pipe pointing toward my property and putting it on one of those perforated, looks like a French drain pipe, which is now resting on my property. So I don't know. My brother recommended I call you. I don't know if this is in your
all right. Well,
or not. Or
well,
you
we
have a
sometimes
recommendation.
we sometimes have success like this, but I need to get a clearer picture. So the downspout comes down, and does it go under the ground or is it on top of the ground?
It goes under the ground. What happened was a previous owner had put in a paved area and routed that pipe under the sidewalk that now is pointing at my home.
Okay. And it goes under the sidewalk, and does it then come out in daylight or does it stay underground?
Yes.
Yes, what?
It's sticking straight out, pointing at my property.
Okay. And when it sticks out, you can see the
Pardon?
water. You can see the water coming down the downspout and going down that line and emptying onto your property.
It empties on his property. My fence line is within 2 to 3 feet of that.
Okay. So when it empties
So
onto
the
his
water
property.
accumulates. The water is. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to merely say it falls into an area that is dead water. It
Yes.
isn't flowing out to the street or flowing back to his backyard.
Okay.
So it accumulates there, and it piles up and has nowhere to drain other than into the ground and ultimately into my crawl space.
So does it come through the wall in your crawl space, or can you see it coming in from between, like where is it coming into your crawl space? From the floor or the wall or a window? How does it come into your crawl space?
Well, I believe it was coming in underground, like saturating the ground, and then some pump was unable to accumulate all the flow. I mean, obviously this wasn't the only cause of water coming during those floods in May of 2023. So it's not coming through a wall per se, it's coming up under the ground. And the sump pump couldn't handle all the volume. The pipes burst, and so the torrential rain pour was in my basement. But the point is now, he has offered to move that. Let's see, how do I explain this? So the downspout now facing south toward my property instead of going west onto his property. He had recommended he could cut the pipe and point it back that way. When I asked him about it the other day, he says, "Oh, I'm not going to do that. That's tens of thousands of dollars. I'm not going to spend the money." But the point is he's made the problem worse because now the water literally goes through this new pipe, sits on my property, and is draining right there. And I only have a 5-foot easement. All that water accumulates.
Gosh, this is weird. I mean, again, this I don't know if it's a problem that you have to handle because of the slope of your property, or if it's something he has to do because he is, most of the time, and people don't like this answer I give them, but most of the time when it comes to drainage, it's up to the person at the end of the drain line to deal with the drainage. In a drainage plan, for example, everybody drains to the property next to them. That's natural to the lower properties. But if they do it, they can't do it in a negligent way and just dump. But there might be an easy way for you to deal with this flow. Does the ground slope toward your house or away from your house?
The ground from his property is higher by about 2 to 3 feet. So his flow flows naturally into my area.
Okay.
That's why
when it flows into your area, when you look at your basement and you look at your basement or crawl space and you look at the ground from your house outward, does it flow down or does it flow towards your house?
It flows down to the street.
but there's just too much water coming from his side for it to flow before it goes into your house?
Yeah, exactly. Because at that point, it isn't much of a downward slope. The downward slope is on the, how do I mean to say this?
Well,
more toward where the garages start.
Yeah.
It needs to be directed to flow to that downward slope.
Okay. Right. But that could be your responsibility if it's on your property to do that. In other words, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it could be. With drainage, it's very tricky. It's not always the one draining unless they're doing something weird. I think.
Well, they did. They redirected. They did do something weird. They redirected the flow toward my property instead of away from his house toward his backyard. According to Aurora Code,
can you see? Okay, according to the Aurora Code, what?
The rule is that the flow must be away from the property and not pointing toward your neighbor's property. I mean, he's in violation of that code. So.
Wait. Where did you see? No. We handle neighbor versus neighbor on stuff like this all the time. But where on the Aurora Code are you reading this? Do you have a link to it?
I personally do not. I spoke to my neighbor he actually does building. He's a consultant for building. He deals with all of the municipalities, and he deals with this all the time. And it's basically, I have not seen it on the Aurora website, or maybe need to speak to somebody there, but he confirmed for me that the flow must be away from the home toward the retention pond, tank, wherever the water
but what
accumulates.
He's
and it's
Dawn,
not doing that. He's
Dawn,
using my basement.
What he's talking about is this. The drainage has to be away from your house, meaning the neighbor has to have his drainage away from his house and into a drainage area. You have to do the same. In other words, you may have to grade. I'm not saying for sure, but it's very possible that your sloping is wrong and you have to do something to help that water get to the right spot. I know it doesn't sound logical to you, but I promise you sometimes it turns out that the one draining to you is not the one causing the problem, but you have to drain away from your house as well. That's why I'm trying to get a picture of how the drain works. We could have somebody look at it. You say you have a neighbor who does construction, but does he do drainage? Does he know, what did he say was wrong? Because just because a neighbor has their drain pointing to you doesn't make them at fault, because you have a responsibility as well to handle water on your property. And I can't get a picture of where it's going wrong. Can your neighbor talk to us about it?
Okay.
Can your neighbor talk to us about it?
The neighbor isn't talking to anybody about it. He says he's put his drainage pipe right onto my property, and he has said he's not doing anything else about it.
So when you say right on your property,
so he is not.
It comes up out of the ground. It comes up out of the ground and empties right onto your property 5 feet away.
That's correct.
And then from that 5 feet away where it empties, it pools there and eventually goes into your basement.
Yep.
And does it happen on every?
It just absorbs into the ground there.
Does it happen on every rain or just heavy rains?
Well, the flooding happened on the one 2 years ago. I'm concerned because his drainage pointing rotted my previous fence that I just recently had to replace. And the technician that built the fence said, you need to get this downspout moved away from here. It just rotted a whole 16-foot section.
Is it difficult to move that downspout? I mean, everyone is telling you the downspouts in the wrong position.
Yeah. Well,
okay, but it's doing.
Yeah.
But you need to get the city of Aurora to tell you that, because I know of no code that says. Okay. I don't know of any code that talks about. I would call the building department and say, could you take a look at this and tell me, is he doing something wrong, or do I need to build a swale, or do I need to build something on my property to divert it? Normally, again, Dawn, I know you don't want to hear this, but normally it's the property that's above that drains to the property below, and the property below has to divert it. And it goes down the line that way. That's how drainage works. Some people call it the most unfair system in the world. But if you look at drainage plans are always left to the person at the bottom. They're the ones that have to divert the water. But I can't get an accurate picture of yours. You're saying the downspout, he's pointing directly at you and not even attempting to turn it. Why did he do that? I mean, I don't understand why. Go ahead.
So then he's an owner as of the last 4.5 years. He inherited this. I don't know, when they put in that paved area, the contractor put that downspout there. And I didn't even know it existed until I went to look at the fence to replace it. And at that moment, like a year ago, I'm going, what is that pipe? I never even knew it was there.
Okay.
I didn't know
now that
all
pipe,
that water was just coming from there.
That pipe, what if he put a curve on the end of that pipe? That wouldn't cost tens of thousands of dollars. Wouldn't that divert it away from you?
Well, that's exactly what he did, and I know it's difficult to visualize.
Can you take a picture?
He turned it.
Can you take a picture and we'll send it to our expert? Okay, here's what I'm going to do.
Picture.
Okay,
Yep.
I want you to send it to us. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. Kachina, get this picture to us, and I want to send it to Bob over at LEM. Bob, if you're still listening, by the way, Bob is taking money off of labor for anyone who calls and mentions Martino, LEM Landscaping at referralist.com. Bob, can you please maybe look at this picture and see what you think? It sounds to me, again, I'm going to go over this, and it's difficult to understand, and people don't think it's fair, but drainage works this way. The higher property diverts away from their property. The one below them has to divert away from their property, and it goes on and on and on, unless the plan calls for a retention. If it calls for a retention, then the developer or the homeowner is responsible for putting in a retention pond or some kind of retention to slow down the flow. But without seeing the master drainage plan, we don't know what it is. It could be your responsibility, Dawn. And that's why a good call to Aurora might help. But let's let our expert look at it and see what they come up with. 303-713-8255.
Caroline Barrega had it all. A loving husband, thriving kids, and meaningful work. Then, her police officer husband's secret infidelity and abuse of his badge were exposed. In Season 4 of the Betrayal podcast, she confronts his deception and the police department that overlooked his misconduct.
The kids and I thought we were living this life of love and a family. Never did I think that anything like this was going on behind our backs.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Betrayal, and listen now.
All right, I like talking about great companies, and Vestera Turnkey is a company that can help you become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. Vestera Turnkey, what they do is identify properties around the country where the equity is growing fast and rents are strong. And they get you in on this property, help you buy it, meaning they become your broker. Then when you buy it, they have a management company that helps you rent it out and manage it. They even take your phone calls. They help you be a landlord without the hassles. Then when it's time to sell, they instruct you on how and when to sell. All of this is getting tremendous returns for people every year. You can be part of it. MyBiggestReturn.com. MyBiggestReturn.com. Hey, John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and I hope you really never need him, because if you're in an accident and you have an injury, you want to talk to him. Most attorneys don't talk to you up front. He does. You can call and say, I want to talk to John before I make a decision. There is no high pressure. Most places, you have to be a client to talk to the attorney. With John Fuller, you talk to him up front. Ask all of your questions. Get legal advice. If it turns out to be a good fit, you want to hire him, then what he will do is he will work on a percentage fee basis. John Fuller, 303-597-4500. Get your questions answered. 303-597-4500.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll have to
You
put it
obviously
through
like
again.
Colorado?
This is the worst
I do.
experience
I
I've
missed
ever had.
Oklahoma at first.
I'm going to put it through again. So
when
they
I didn't know how to
absolutely.
drive in the
Did you call the
snow,
one
and
at
I've got some
Stapleton?
guy on a bullhorn yelling at me, and I was in tears.
Okay, this is
daily.
Stapleton.
It was a little bit of a culture
And it
shock
says, hold on.
because I really hadn't
And
been
it says
outside of
pick up.
Oklahoma, Missouri.
God damn it.
So,
God damn it.
Yeah,
It
and I had
fucking
some
said
guy,
pick
old
up.
man, be rude to
Son
me in
of
a
a
grocery
bitch,
store
fucking
line.
bastard.
Within the first few
It'd
weeks
say
of
it's Stapleton.
living here, and
See
I'm
if they
so
got it.
sensitive, you know, just like I'd be in
I have a
tears.
delivery here, but up there it
So,
says pick
just
up.
Trying to find my
So
own. Because
I'm
Mark already had a
confused.
job coming.
Here it says
Yeah.
delivery.
So I sort of had to
So
figure
let's call
myself.
Stapleton and see if they got it.
Okay.
Here's the number. I got it.
I had to buy a car
303
in Oklahoma.
399
Drove through there.
3100.
I think
I'm hoping
flew
that's
out
where
and
you
drove
just
the car
called,
back.
is it?
Okay.
And I said, wow, I don't know why a lot of people
Just
like
see if they got
living
a
here.
delivery
Just
order
kind
to
of
this address. Okay, thanks, man.
flatland, dry.
Yep.
It's dusty. I didn't
Yep.
get it. I just didn't get it.
I've only been back, so we've been out here since '93. I've probably been back 4 times. Last time being a couple weeks ago, my uncle passed away, so I'd gone out for the funeral. And man, those Oklahoma storms, that's about the only people. I will say this. Oklahoma people are very nice. At least, well, they'll say to your face, you know, if you're white, you know, that kind of thing. But they are, I mean, but yeah, the only thing I really miss are just the major thunderstorms.
I think that's a Hurricane Alley, isn't it?
Tornado.
Tornado.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Hail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Big hail.
Yeah, my uncle at the end of April had it's my favorite aunt's husband, and I've known him since I was
I might
little.
have
but
to dug out.
Widowmaker's heart attack back in April, and he lived. And
Slowing down a little.
3 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not doing well for today.
Just had a massive heart attack.
I'm on board.
Yeah, they thought he was going to be okay. Like,
What do you want to
we would
do? Do you
still
want to
stay-
leave now?
He was
No,
so
the
lucky
third
to
hour.
get
I'll
that
take it
third
to the
hour.
top.
He got out
And
of
then
the shower
Dimitri
and
will
had,
stay
like,
here.
a real bad heart.
That's okay. He doesn't have to.
Yeah, but we'll keep it online is what I need for them.
Do you trust him around your stuff?
You need to call 911
What's that?
within 5 minutes of
Do you trust him around your
Oh,
stuff?
yeah, he's pretty
Old
good.
widows make her heart attack.
Okay,
I don't
all
really
right.
know what that. I just know it's like the deadliest. And then they're like, so he's a big guy, never ate great, but anyway, he like 3 or 4 weeks later, it just didn't work out.
Just didn't work out.
Nope.
Wow.
I went to see him. We had stopped in there on one of our RV road trips, or one of our first ones down at the South, Kevin. And we stopped in Oklahoma and we visited him, and he had lost a lot of weight. And I was like, "Wow, Tom, lost a lot of weight. What have you been doing?" I'm like, "Walking." And I'm like, "Walking? That's awesome. Where do you walk? You know, this beautiful neighborhood." In my house, just in a circle.
Seriously?
Like 5 miles a day, in a circle, like through his dining room, family, like it's like this big.
Oh.
Wear
out the carpet.
Wow. I was like, go outside.
Yeah, really.
No,
Must be boring.
I'm sure they got treadmills there, don't they? I mean, if you
Yeah,
don't want
but
to go out,
I mean,
get it. You know.
I guess you're right. If it were hot or something, that wouldn't
Sure.
work. But he had to have been walking for months to lose the amount of weight he had lost. And, you know, we were in May at the time. So I was just like, dang, but you're right. I never even, like, we should buy you a treadmill.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, Marika has a problem with CenturyLink. Marika, what's going on with you? Marika.
So, hello. So we have had no internet on our house since May 2nd, and multiple calls, pretty much every day, chat calls to CenturyLink. No resolution yet, and it's been 6 weeks now.
6 weeks. What has been going on for 6 weeks? Is it a complete outage?
So what's been going on Friday, May 2nd, there was some digging done on the neighborhood. We live on a rural area and by another company, and there's been a couple outages since, and we've been in communication with CenturyLink customer service.
So let me ask you this, though. I want to ask, you're calling about Marika, you're calling about your service. Has it been out for 6 weeks straight?
Correct.
6 weeks. And what excuse do they have for that? What are they saying they're doing about it?
So what's happening, they are sending a tech out. Tech says that there's a lines cut. They escalate the situation to a cable crew. Cable crew, usually we get a notification that there's an outage.
Yes.
At least that was what was happening at the beginning of the process. And then we get a notification that the outage has been resolved. And then we're square one. Nobody communicates with us. And we call back to a CenturyLink customer service, which is not locally located. And we start from square one, send a tech out. Tech says that cable is cut outside of the house, and send a cable crew. And here we go again. And now lately, in the past 2 weeks, when we've been in communication with them, they have the appointment out, but appointment has been rescheduled multiple times in the past, let's say, 2 to 3 weeks. And we had an appointment again today, and it got rescheduled for next Tuesday.
Okay, now, when they come out, do they ever fix it? Does it ever work for a little while and then go back out, or do they never fix it?
They never fix it. We have not had an internet on our house since May 2nd.
Are they charging
Hey,
you
Tom,
every month?
I have some.
Okay.
We actually stopped the auto charge on it. Our billing cycle is on the 7th.
Okay.
And they refused to give any refund for us from May 2nd to May 7th. They only are allowed to give credit for our account.
Tom, I have a couple contacts there. I just need to get Marika's info, and I'll try to help her out.
Let's do
I don't
that.
know if it'll be happening today, but we can get rolling on it today.
No, Suze, thank you very much. Yes, Suze does have some angels over there. We'll try to have them look it up. Marika, are your neighbors also out?
Not anymore. They got fixed. Who I have talked to several weeks ago.
But you're the only one on your block
And
that's
I think
out?
we're the only one.
That's weird.
Yes.
That's weird. That's not a CenturyLink problem. Well, it is, but it's near your house because all your neighbors have service, right?
Yes, so apparently it's the line that it's crossing the street. Again, we live in a rural area. All the neighbors have about 9 to 10 acre lots.
Here, let me explain something to you, though. Let me explain something to you. I know you're not going to want to hear this. We'll call CenturyLink and find out. But many times, CenturyLink is only responsible in the rural area, because I've done subdivisions, and they are responsible for the main line, but not the service line going to your house. It's called the last mile. It might be your responsibility. It might be your house that goes out and connects to the box. Now, I'm not sure of that, but that could be an issue. I remember one time being out in the country, and there was an issue with the line from my house to their what they called their box or something on the street, or their main line. And I was responsible for digging that up and repairing it. It wasn't CenturyLink. It depends. Are you in a subdivision where you each have 5 acre lots?
Yes.
Okay. It could be the way the developer did it was each house had its own service line, and the CenturyLink line is the only thing CenturyLink is responsible for. But we're going to find out for you. Hold on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, will do a valuation of your home to see what it will sell for in today's market. It's free of charge and comprehensive. Before you list, you may want to wonder, what will it sell for? You may want the exact figures. Well, he can't give you exact, but he's damn close. And listen to this. There is no obligation for this service. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
This is Denver's.
Yeah, I told Suze you may be done in less than an hour.
Okay, but I'm going to keep
HOW
Denver.
Denver.
I'm just going up and laying down. So.
Are you leaving?
No, we're going to leave. We're going to leave the.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk podcast.
Michael be on.
Are you going to do Gravina's and then go?
And there,
Yes,
I don't have a Mark here.
I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for Mark.
Pushing
I'm
into
not going to
downtown,
leave
but it's
until
actually
Mark's
kind of heavy
around.
coming out of the tech center as well.
You're so sweet.
DA through downtown also. Out west, we're still dealing with a partial closure. It's been 6 hours.
You know, you'd feel better if you'd get some food.
Past Denver West, blocked off the right 2 lanes, and they've been trying to repair the road.
Nothing?
Still backups with delays and 2
That was pretty funny, Tom.
both directions out of Commerce City. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm going to switch.
I'm Buzz Knight, and I host the Taking a Walk podcast. Join me for an upcoming episode.
Tom, 10 away, Gravina's.
AJR Adam Met. That's Adam Met on the Taking a Walk podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, when you go to a company for window siding and doors, you want selection. Most companies only handle 1 or 2 items. But Gravina's has 50 lines, 50 brands they deal with. Think about that. For your fix and flip, your rental, your dream home, all different price points, you can get what you want at Gravina's. That's why they say Gravina's has the greatest windows. They also have the greatest siding and doors as well, because they deal with 50 different lines. 303 Gravina. And they've been around for more than 60 years. Heritage companies dream about, but few achieve. They're at 950 West Evans. Larry went there after working with his dad, and now his son Nick has joined him. 303 Gravina, Gravina.
Thank you.
Again, I'm staying here until Mark's ready.
Yeah, I went down and told him he needed to speed things
Well,
up.
it's all right. I mean, I'm not. It's no
Well-
emergency, but.
What, is he pooping in the locker room? What's he doing?
And the warrant.
No.
Anyway.
All right.
It's in a sales meeting.
I said, that doesn't make sense.
That's retail.
Yeah, that's retail. And that's plus the warranty company was going to give them $1,200.
Oh my goodness!
Thinking, what is wrong with this?
Well,
This is
Tel
supposed to take
Aviv
it
just
out of
got shot up by
really?
Iranian rockets.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Our guy next to our office, and
I don't know what's
he does the deal
at the tail end of this
for
it's finally getting
a third of that amount.
Yesterday I did great.
And then the insurance warranty company comes back and change the price or change the amount that they were going to give the first company to half of that. So I said, well, how do you do that? So instead of, the first one, she got $1,200, $1,400. Well, this time, since it was a cheaper mechanic,
So now
they
they're
did
saying
it
they're paying a percentage?
6. Yes, they're paying. Now she has to, thinking that doesn't make sense to me.
There's so many quirks.
Oh my gosh.
What's the best one in your opinion?
You know what? I don't even know them anymore. There's so many of them.
Yeah.
You know. I don't deal with them directly anymore, so I haven't kept track. But ASC, I think was the initials.
Or CNA, have you had dealt with them?
We've dealt with all of them once. I mean, they just all, unfortunately, they're all, they play the CYA game where they want you to diagnose this thing to death.
Sure.
And it's like, well, who's paying me for this? I got a tech tied up now for 2 hours. Then you want to send an adjuster, and you want to go over it again when the adjuster's here. So now I got 3 hours tied up in this claim before I even get it approved.
Mm-hmm.
Who's paying for it?
Right.
The customer doesn't want to pay. They don't want to pay.
That's why they bought a service contract,
Especially the ones that we got to break down the engine first before we'll look at it. That's the one that bothers me the most.
That's what they're all doing.
Oh, really?
We had one. They finally just covered it, but you start it up and you just turn it off right away. Like, oh my God!
Right.
You know, we take the video. You know, and the guy's like, "Well, we need to do a cylinder balance test." Man, this thing may lock up any minute.
Right.
I mean, what are we doing?
Right.
So we went through all this and that and this and that and this, and then they ended up approving it. But we just spent 3 hours getting there.
Well, I haven't had one, but I know there's been a couple in our office where it was a $5,000 tear down. I mean, and then warranty company says, no, it's not us.
Yeah.
And then the customers left with the bill.
A bill and a car in a box.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. You see, those are the tricks like back in the day training companies used to do. I can't give you an estimate until I tear it down.
Okay.
Could be something real simple.
Right.
50,000 mile Explorer.
Just started ringing. First rings.
Right. Exactly. Right. So at this point on, if I'm selling a warranty, I'm selling the best, and then that's it. And then there's no more loopholes. There's no more nothing. And that's hey, step up to this one, and it'll be a lot of peace of mind for
the general lead.
Peace of mind for you and for me.
The biggest thing is this: the PM. They got to do their oil changes. That's the single biggest thing that gives us.
Right.
These guys, they do it on a case of oil. Dude, that's not an oil change. Just pay somebody to do the oil change.
Right.
Oh. Hey, Tommy, Mark's here.
That is
Okay.
the craziest stuff. You guys know Deputy D, right?
Yes. Did you call him Dimitri?
No.
Oh.
The only reason I never put it together is text and the way it comes up on my phone.
The K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Somebody wants to know by text, where can I get a quality alternator for my 2006 Jeep Wrangler TJ? My original factory.
What does that mean, a quality one?
I don't know. I mean, where they can go and get a dependable one. I don't know what they mean. What are the options for used parts? I mean, they're still making new parts for 2006, right?
Yeah, rebuild parts, yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, like starters and alternators, they're always rebuilt, right, Kevin?
Yes. They do make new ones as well. So there is a choice a lot of times.
So where would you go if you had one in the shop, a 2006 Jeep Wrangler?
We use Napa mostly because of the warranty that we have with them for, it's nationwide.
Do they still have different qualities?
Yes. You can get more OE quality as opposed to their store brand, which may be the exact same thing. You just don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. One just costs more, maybe a better warranty.
Yep.
How about like price wise from, let's say, their baseline to their nice one?
3 times as much.
Holy crap.
Oh, yeah. It could be a huge difference. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Wow.
Yeah. Somebody else wants to know what you think about those yards where you can go in and pull your own. I mean, that's a gamble, isn't it? I mean, you don't know.
Pull, you save.
Yeah, pull and save, yeah. Hey, if you're looking for little parts, though, that they don't make anymore, that don't wear out, brackets and different mounting things, I mean, it's ideal.
Radios.
Yeah, different radios. I mean,
antennas.
There's guys you get $500 headlights for $50.
Oh, really?
Some of these
okay,
headlights
that's pretty cool.
Oh,
Where's one in town?
Near Montbello, there used to be a big
there's
pull
one
and
at
save.
32nd in Peoria, something like that way.
Yeah.
Broadway and I-76.
Tom, back in the day, I had a buddy in New Jersey that owned a big salvage yard. He still does, but they don't do this anymore. You would go in there and pay $100 and whatever you could carry out, that's what you had. So you could go in there and take a door and take it out, but literally you had to carry it. You couldn't have a shopping cart. But think about that, $100, whatever parts.
$100 for everything you can carry out. Okay, let's talk to Jack. Jack, do you have an issue with a Tacoma gas intake? Now, what does this mean? You work with Sheridan. Are you familiar with this case, Kevin? What is it? Jack.
No, I'm not sure who it is. Yeah.
Jack.
Hey, Uncle Kev, this is Jack. You work on my my blue Tacoma with 332,000
Oh,
miles.
yeah. Okay.
332,000 miles?
Yeah, I was just broke in. Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin, it's like the Johnny Cash song. Kevin is rebuilding my truck one piece at a time.
My God. You really have over 300,000 miles on this.
Tom, that's not uncommon for a Tacoma or a 4Runner or a Land Cruiser.
Are you, man, they're built. They're really built.
These Toyota guys, Tom, are like, they're like in a cult, man.
It is a cult following.
I'm ready for the hail bop to fly over, and you guys try to jump on it.
Anyway, so what can we do for you?
So here's the deal. So recently I've been going to pump gas, and when I put the nozzle in the tank to fill, as soon as I pull the trigger, it shuts right off.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just started within the last few weeks. So finally I stopped by and talked to Kev and brought it into his shop this week. And they had a couple of ideas, but neither of those ideas that they had were indicated. So we just kind of left it the way it is.
It sounds like a clogged
decided,
vent.
Well, maybe.
Is it a clogged vent, Kevin?
That's my first guess, yep.
So here's the solution that I've figured out in the last 2 days since I saw you guys. Every time I fill it up now, I twist the handle to the side and slowly squeeze it, and it keeps running. And I just have to stand there and hold it.
Why?
What? It's actually working.
I don't understand that.
Right,
and why
that's
are you nodding yes, Deputy D?
Oh, I've seen that happen before, not on my own vehicles, but I know two people that had the same issue. And Kevin's guess.
Well, what does turning it have to do with anything?
Yeah, that part I don't understand. But Kevin's guess sounds like it should have been right on, which is a clogged up vent.
How do you clean those vents out, Kev, or do you just run a new one?
Either you take it apart and use carbon, maybe a canister let loose a little bit, and you get some debris. You just get it out of there.
But I thought you guys looked at all that, Kevin.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure they did too. But that's we'll have to get
how do you
another
even
look.
tell it's clogged? How do you even tell it's clogged? I mean, can you see it visually?
Well, there's certain ways the air should be flowing, and you just blow through it and see if it is going through or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not scientific.
So twisting it sideways, though, it was just kind of an intuitive thing, and I decided, well, what the heck? Maybe if I twist it sideways, it gets better airflow, and it's actually working. So, I think Isaiah said that your guys looked at that canister and said it was not full, that it was fine.
Yeah, it was operational. Yeah. I don't know. I'll get with Isaiah and see, see what they came up with too.
The other thing that could be a big possibility with this guy, Jack, have you looked for a loose nut behind the wheel?
Oh God, Mark loves using that.
You mean the Hoosie with the wheel on it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Hoosie with the wheel. Yeah. My truck's got one of those.
Now Mark has another one he used to do all the time that pissed. Oh my God, it got so old. I can tell you where you got those shoes. Remember, Mark? You did that.
How could anyone ever forget?
Oh my God, he did it over and over.
I got Marco Bendinelli. He's an attorney. In fact, he's the only attorney that's ever got 3 multi-million-dollar case wins in front of a jury, the actual wins, in a 3-month period in Colorado. So very smart guy. I said, hey, I know where you got those shoes. And he goes, no, you don't. He had some fancy shoes on.
Italian
I said,
shoes.
You can't lie about it. Yeah, Italian shoes, of course, Marco. And he bet me lunch, because that's what I do. I bet people lunch.
Yeah.
And I said, you got them on your feet. Ooh. Bam! So he owed me lunch.
And then Mark
2 hours
so
later, hold on, 2 hours later in the show, I look over at Marco, right where Suzanne is. I go, man, that's a nice shirt. I bet I know where you got that shirt. He fell for it.
Again, oh, my God. Don't say that. You're going to ruin his reputation. Anyway, so the Tacoma...
That's how I met Mark with that joke.
I think the Tacoma still has a clogged vent, and I think by moving the handle sideways, he's simply letting more air in. That's all he's doing. He's just tricking it.
We got a break, brother.
Okay, well, let's take this break. We got more coming right up.
Thank you. You doing these or are you gone?
No, I'll do these. And
now,
then I'm gonna leave.
Impact Traffic.
Love you. Thank you.
And I'm going to
Red
sneak
Pilled
another one in.
America. Happy Friday, drivers. We've got a crash over on the...
Do what you want. I want you happy.
But we're
I'm
going to
sure
stay
it's not gonna
online,
be
and
alive
Dimitri's
for-
going to be here, so keep the line up.
I heard about that.
Okay.
Stop. I bet. So what's the ad you're going to do for Famous Dave's order online?
Yeah.
On the Colfax through Golden, about 20 minutes of delays there. I-25 north and southbound, your usual busy traffic through downtown. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
If you want to destroy woke culture and you like good old-fashioned stories, then you'll love Red Pilled America, the common sense storytelling show that aligns with your values. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Hey, Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney that'll talk to you up front free of charge, free initial consultations, and then he quotes flat rates. So if you're in trouble, a DUI, a traffic ticket, or maybe a scuffle with a neighbor or something else, look, I'm not going to sit in judgment. I'm going to tell you, you need an attorney. Don't shop under pressure. Don't ever do that. We've done the shopping for you. Lazara, Joe Lazara. Find him at referralist.com. LAZZARA 303-429-6200. American Financing and I have teamed up to bring the Smart Equity Loan. Now, why are we doing this? Well, American Financing knows a lot of people have gotten into high interest debt, which is a total waste of your money. It's like burning money every month. They can save you hundreds of dollars a month, and they can help get rid of that high interest debt with a low interest home equity loan for that portion of your equity. Then you can have some breathing room, you improve your credit, and save hundreds of dollars a month. Call American Financing for any refis, including the equity loan, or maybe even pulling cash out. AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000.
Down. Thank you.
Well, that's weird. So I go downstairs, and there's Dimitar, and I'm like, son of a bitch. I had them both in my phone as D. Because they both have funky names, it really should be just D.
I hate that when you got 6 Bobs in there.
Get some rest.
Are you splitting, Thomas?
He's already gone.
Oh, that was quick.
Hey, Mark, I have a resolution to that top shelf home service topic.
Hold on. I thought I was meeting you for advertising. I thought you were going to ask me about advertising your cardboard. I was so baffled by it. D, I swear to God, I thought you were in this building 51 minutes ago.
The guy's name is Dimitar.
Yeah.
With Euro Plumbing.
God, it was so funny. Oh, did you solve that, Dimitri?
Yeah, it's done. I can update whenever you want me to.
All right. God, how freaky funky is that, man? Has anything landed in Israel, or they're just all blown out of the sky?
No. Tel Aviv got hit.
They did?
Yeah.
Did they hit any? I don't think they got the balls to hit one of our bases, do they?
No.
Man, if you don't believe Trump, like, hey, you hit one of our bases, we'll annihilate you. I don't know who you would believe, right?
Right.
Right.
I mean, you got to believe him when he says something. I mean, like, you know what I mean? When he threatens you like that.
Yeah, because last time he sent in that Ginsu knife
can't believe
missile
California
that chopped
didn't
that
want
dude
the
to
help of the
tartar.
National Guard.
Remember that?
Yes.
It would have burnt down. I mean, the history shows it would have.
Oh,
yeah, that was
easily.
early on, yeah.
That one judge blocked it for a heartbeat, and then it got overturned yesterday. He's like, you know what? I got a couple thousand National Guard there I took control of. Fuck it, I need 700 Marines. Let's play.
Chopper calls D Super D. I hear an echo when Super D talks. Don't talk, D.
Okay.
That's because he's so awesome.
Okay.
I'm teasing you. Okay.
I was so shocked not to see D down there. I can't
Did you
even
recognize
explain it.
Dimitar though? Because I never
Yes.
met him, so I'm like trying to.
It
do
hit
this.
me. It hit me instantly.
He's younger than I thought he would be.
And then I fucked up even more because my wallet was in the car, So when Dimitri, who I thought said he was downstairs, I go downstairs. I have no way of even getting back up here. So we just hung out down there. And then I went out and got my wallet. I won't bring my wallet into yoga because it's fucking sketchy as hell in there.
Sketchy. Well, I mean, I kind of look at it like this. You got to have a couple bucks to do yoga. It's pretty expensive. But you remember you had to get that homeless guy out of there that one time when you went to the front?
Oh, man.
Like a homeless guy walked in, started scaring the gal at the front desk, and luckily Mark had just walked up.
I'm like, dude, what are you even doing in here? He had no idea. I don't think he knew where he was, like, legitimately.
Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Look, we got another hour to go. We're kicking ass and taking names today. In fact, Deputy D, you have an update. We had someone call in. Harold called in. He spent $99 with a company called Top Shelf HVAC. And basically what happened was, for that $99, once a year, they're supposed to come out and clean and flush and inspect the water heater. Same with the furnace, same with the air conditioner. A lot of these companies do it. A lot of companies we advertise do it. It's a great way to meet the customer, to be able to check out all their stuff and have the customer rely on you. I actually love the way that marketing works. In fact, I joked with Kevin, wouldn't it be great if people paid you $100 for you to inspect your car each year?
Come in once a year, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great deal, but he calls him up to come out and do his water heater, and because it's a tankless water heater, and I wish Deputy Bo was here, I would like a little clarity on what you do maintain.
Yeah, there's no tank.
There's no tank, so how do you flush it? But Deputy D called up over to Top Shelf, and by the way, when I looked him up, they had really good, good reviews on Google. They looked solid. I don't remember getting a complaint on them ever. So what'd you find out, Deputy D? Tell me it's good news.
Yeah, Mark, it's really good news. And I agree. They're a top shelf company. They have great reviews. When I called them, this lady answered the phone immediately, was very understanding. And I just got, a couple of minutes ago, I got an email from them and they said, hey, look, we're very sorry to see Harold go, but in the interests of our commitment to excellent customer service, we're issuing a full refund, and he should see the funds returned to his original payment method within 3 to 5 business days. So, man, Top Shelf is just a really great company to deal with, even when you have a disagreement with them.
The only thing I would have liked more, if they agreed to go out and maintain it, because that is kind of what he paid for. But I agree, Deputy D. Great job on that. All right, 303-713-8255. Hey, Kelly, I would like to know, I'm trying to think who you could call real quick on this. Maybe, Plumline. I want to know, get somebody on there from Plumline. Tell them it's about maintenance on a water heater. I just want to know at this point, like...
I'm curious, too.
I am so curious, because they wanted an additional $129, according to the caller, to do the flush on a tankless water heater.
Yep.
I don't even know what that means, but I do want to find out. Now, we've got an issue with public storage. Hey, what's going on, Aaron? And Greg and Adam, I promise we're going to get you guys hooked up. Go ahead, Aaron.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, sir, I just want to thank you for helping with that dog issue back a few months ago with the Choppa. Everything was resolved.
Aaron, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Copy that, sir. But
go ahead.
But I just want to thank you and your team. But we're here today with a scam on public storage on Bellevue and Windermere. There's people there renting and paying insurance. There's been water leaks over there. They're moving people out, and then there was 3 days eviction served on folks there that have claims. And now they're like, you have until all their bills are paid. It's just massive water leaks in the public storage on Bellevue and Windermere.
Aaron, do you have a unit there? Right now.
I do. I have some stuff stored there.
So you have some stuff stored. When you say they're serving evictions, what kind of evictions are they serving?
There was a letter on our door, said you have 3 days to vacate. We just paid the bill.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. I got to put you on hold. I'm curious about the storage facility is going to be different when it comes to eviction, but are they saying there's only 3 days to get your property out? I'm very curious on that, and why so many different people. Everybody hold on. Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is...
Do you ever wish you could put Shannon in timeout?
Nah.
That would be fun. Timeout.
You put me in timeout, I'm taking somebody with me. You know what I'm saying?
He lives in a van down by the river. What are you going to do to punish the man?
What are you gonna do to me? Oh, no, you hurt my feelings with words. Oh.
That's what, like, really, what are we going to do here?
Gross old man with no teeth lives in a van. Yeah, what else? What else? Besides, my teeth show up in August.
I'll just start calling you a liberal.
That would hurt.
Yeah, okay, that's a tough one.
25 to exit 2. 35.
Like when I get called homophobic, I'm like, no, man, you can blow me. I'm not scared.
Hey, Kelly, I do want to get a rock and roll on,
hey,
too, right towards the end.
Guess who's not here anymore?
Oh, God, why do I even guess?
This just in. She's out.
More missiles launched. You know, who would have ever thought? Can you imagine people in World War II, and let's even go to Vietnam and stuff, that people at home would literally watch the war on TV?
Yeah, seriously.
Live.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, oh, here comes the plane with napalm?
Well, that's kind of what they said about Vietnam, is that it was in our living rooms because film was coming back.
Yeah,
yes,
days later.
You're right. I mean, that is happening now.
Yeah, it's live as live gets.
We take you live.
Do you remember Shock and Awe, the first...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, Shock and Awe wasn't that long ago. What about Bernard and the gang hiding under the desk, 91?
Shock and Awe was like 92, 90. First Gulf War, we took Kuwait in 8 seconds.
No, I'm talking about the other Bush, the first Bush.
First Bush.
Gulf War, 1990.
Yeah, 90.
Yep.
That's what I thought that was Shock and Awe with Kuwait.
Shock and Awe was the kid.
No, Shock and Awe was on that show on TV, Sha Na Na.
Oh, that's right. I like the LeMay underwear.
Yes. Mr. Carter?
No, that's... Welcome back.
Carter. I love that show. Vinnie Barbarino. Who was the guy with the crazy hair, with the squeaky voice? What was his name on the show? Can you picture him?
I can.
Skinny little guy.
He had that snicker kind of laugh or something. Yeah.
Gabe Carter. It must be so weird being in Israel, where, like, all the sirens are going off. Literally, you see missiles coming at you in the sky. You have Iron Dome hopefully taking them out. It's got to be absolutely insane, but in some weird aspect, they're kind of used to it after all these years, right? I mean, not like you get... It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
When we went to Israel, I think 2 years ago, the way... There's a whole different way of thinking. We don't understand to live day by day.
You get used to it.
Yeah, but they live like, oh, we could have a bomb tomorrow.
Yeah. There's bomb. They know where the nearest bomb shelter is.
Oh yeah, it is weird.
Because they're more about survival.
It is.
Yeah. Did you go to the wall? What is it?
We did a Wailing Wall.
Is that cool?
It's pretty wild.
Is it?
It's pretty wild. What they do is a lot of people write in what they want
or
and
they
stick
put
it in the wall.
That's
note in,
Did you guys do the walking?
Oh yeah. It was. Oh my gosh. I think I lost 10 pounds just by walking. It was just because you walk everywhere.
No, I meant, what did your mom do? They walked in Jesus' footsteps there, right?
Oh
Oh, the Steps of Christ. Yeah, I think we did that as well. We did.
Is that long?
It is.
How is the cuisine?
Great food.
What is Israeli cuisine?
Mediterranean type food, yeah. A lot of fish and
goat
olives.
fish.
Yeah.
I was going to say ribs, but then my brain said no, dummy.
No.
Yeah, pork is probably not on there.
It's not. I've asked.
I get a side of bacon. No.
While you were out, a guy or a lady called with the CenturyLink issue, just so you know, in case we end up with an update. She hasn't had internet since beginning of May.
Oh, my God.
Schedule, blah, blah, blah. So I have an insider who's an actual tech. I was like, hey, Zach, can you look into this? He's looking into it right now. So we might have an update, just so you know.
Cool.
Arnold Horseshack.
Horseshack.
I had to look it up. I couldn't
Also,
remember.
Suze, don't forget about that insider that you referred me to last year.
Must have
He
missed
was
the first part
awesome.
of your guys' conversation.
Oh, for CenturyLink?
Yeah, whatever they're called now.
Yeah, I told this guy, hey, if you can't do anything, let me know, and I'll go to my second step, which is that same person I sent to you.
Yeah, that dude was great to work with. He was right
Yep.
on
Marc Mager.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
it. Yep.
He's great. It's just I figured with this tech that I know, he reached out a long time ago. It's like, hey, I heard that call. I might be able to help. I was hoping like he could get them resolved quick.
Totally.
Where CenturyLink corporate might take a day. So, but no big deal.
Oh, okay.
Horseshack. I got to go back. I could binge that. I really did like that show. You know which one I went back and watched? Most people probably, I don't know, maybe people my age, but Malcolm in the Middle. Fuck, that was a good show.
Yeah.
I love when his brother goes to military school. I just love that
The
show.
other one we revisit now and then that we watched as kids was Married with Children.
I love Married with Children.
That was wild.
That show is crazy.
That was a wild show.
When he gets that cheap car insurance, man, he gets a farmer's policy. So the only time you're actually covered is if you have livestock in the car.
Put a chicken in it.
So they always keep a pet chicken in the back seat. But then Kelly, of course, is making out in the back seat at the drive-in and puts the chicken outside.
Oh, my goodness.
Kelly is peeing right now.
I mean, who comes up with that?
Right.
Who comes up with insurance where you gotta have livestock?
5 a.m.
And the fat woman jokes?
Pretty tough, huh?
Trying to cram her size 14 in a size 3 shoe. That was my day, Peg.
That's probably the raciest show, though, of its time during that
Oh,
era.
yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
That made Archie Bunker look like nothing, man.
Right.
What, Married with Children?
I saw
Yeah.
Peg in a
Love
movie.
it.
And I love just how he just is shit on no matter what. Nothing ever goes right for Al. Nothing.
Bo says draining a tankless is more complicated. You need a cleaning solution like
6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We have recouped over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds directly due to this show. We try to get involved, which is nice, before you get ripped off. But if you did get ripped off, if there's a bad contractor or a bad landlord or anything out there, I don't care if it's a dentist. We've gone after attorneys, dentists, doctors, you name it. If you need help, you call 303-MARTINO. And it doesn't matter if we're live on air or not, because that number works all the time. 303-MARTINO, Friday's car day. But that doesn't matter. We take every single question you have. We've got a problem with a starter coming up, an issue with a divorce, an issue with public service, and a lot more. Now, I do want to introduce everybody in studio. Suzanne is to my left. And then we have Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech, Rod Greer, and Bob Perry with JFR Cars. You got any questions on buying cars or leases? Those guys know it. They've been with us for years upon years upon years. Here's the deal. We're going to jump right back into Aaron. Aaron called up. He said he's got a problem with a very specific public storage company where there's water damage, and apparently people are getting eviction notices. What did your eviction notice say, Aaron? What does it actually say? Do you have it?
Yes, sir. It says that we're going to have 3 days to vacate, and just that's all it says. It doesn't even say. It just says that there's something in the terms of the contract that we did, and we asked my partner on business says they won't even tell us what the reason was for it.
Well, do you owe money?
I have to tell you that. No, we're paid up.
Can I ask you something, Aaron, and you promised to give me an honest answer?
I have before, sir. Yes, sir. You guys have helped me in the past. We're batting 1 for 1. Go, Mr. Martino.
Were you living there?
No, sir.
Okay, so you've never spent the night in the unit?
Absolutely not.
Okay, have you been there after hours? Maybe they saw you on camera. There must be, in order for us to help you, you got to give me a little more information. An owner of a storage unit that has hundreds of different units doesn't decide to evict someone in 3 days that's fully paid up, unless if there's more to the story. Because if they did do that, it would be the worst business plan I have ever heard of in my life.
Yeah, I'll concur with that.
Okay.
I would agree that's the worst business plan because they were asking us, like, we could move you into another locker while we repair this one.
Okay, Aaron, that's fair enough.
With them with the rain, yeah.
Aaron, if they have to get in there and actually repair water lines or repair something, why not get your stuff moved and then move back into that unit? Who even really cares what unit you're in? Long as they give you the same size unit.
Right. Yeah, they just want us gone, and it says, well, we have a claim, we have insurance.
Aaron, you're talking really fast. You're talking very fast.
Sorry.
So I really want to understand this. Did they offer to put you in another unit, or did they just want you the hell out of there?
They offered to put us in another unit.
Aaron, why wouldn't you take why wouldn't you take the other unit?
We're going to. We're with it. We're on board.
But then they said you have to get out.
Yeah, she said she was going to bring us the paperwork to fill out our insurance claim. And not a peep from her. And then we go there yesterday.
Let's call over there. Hold on. Hey, here's what I want to do, Kelly. Pick up, find out whoever her is, and let's call her and figure out what the hell's going on. I mean, if they're going to get him moved, I don't see the problem here. Maybe they could even help you move if whatever's going on wasn't caused by you guys. I mean, but I've got to get to the bottom of something here. I feel like I'm missing something big time. By the way, this hour brought to you by K&H Home Solutions. You know, they sell Alpine high-performance products now, including Alpine windows made right here in Colorado for homes in Colorado. All different price points, but these things have the energy efficiency of basically a wall with insulation. That's how good they are. If you have a mountain house, you got to call up khwindows.com and get a price on these. They're entry doors, they're sliders, they're siding. They have been around since 1956, and we have been talking about K&H for probably half of that. It's an incredible company, khwindows.com. Now, let's move on. Who's been waiting the longest? Greg, what's going on with this 2005 Jeep Wrangler?
So it's my daughter's Jeep, and she went to start it. It wouldn't start, but then the gauges all just went wild, and they just keep going. They just fluctuating back and forth, the speedometer.
Hey, Greg, speak up into your Bluetooth a little better, but basically, so you're driving down the road, then all of a sudden it'll go wacko, the speedometer, everything?
No, she never got it started. It wouldn't start. And then she took the key out, and the meters, the gauges are all flipping around, going all over crazy.
Well, I'll tell you this. The good news is Kevin Calkin, these guys can fix any electrical issue that I have ever heard of. Kevin, I mean, ask some questions.
Well, Jeeps there's a lot of different things, and there's a lot of times in the ignition there's a coupler that'll break, so you're actually not turning the key. the key's turning, but the insides aren't turning. It could be stuck on as well.
And why would the gauges be going crazy?
It's just a voltage spike of some kind going on. I mean, it's a lot of things could be going.
So would that be as simple, or could be as simple as the ignition switch?
It's an ignition switch and a coupler that's in there is what it sounds like, yeah.
Okay.
Because it's going through a self-check on the gauges.
Yeah, Greg, did it just happen?
It happened a long time ago once, but it just happened today.
Does that make sense, too? That coupler kind of breaks over time.
Breaks, yeah, but it wouldn't be twice. Yeah.
Well, you can get it towed into them, and I guarantee they'll fix it.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Okay, sounds good.
It sounds like it's not that big of a deal.
Not right off. No, I don't think it is.
No, man. So you should check him out, Greg. Sheridan Auto Tech, man. Thanks for the call, bro. 303-713-8255. One line open. Who's up here next? Aaron. Nope, Aaron. We can free Aaron up until, Kelly, we can free him up until we talk someone at public service. Greg and Adam, what's up with you?
Hey, good afternoon, Mark. Hope all is going well with Tom. I'm sorry to hear he's out dealing with what he's dealing with, but thanks for your time. I have a question. From what I understand, I need to petition the courts for a signature. We're trying to get some property transferred, and between my dad and mom, and my dad's trying to transfer it over to me, but my mom and my dad are divorced about 20 or so years ago, and the title company's saying we need to petition the court for them to sign on my mom's behalf because she pretty much refuses to sign. I just want to know, does anyone know how to go about that process, or do I need to have an attorney to do that?
Well, I want to know what
I can do.
I want to know how this situation arose. What happened? I mean, give me a little background
Sure.
here. What kind of property is it?
Yeah, it's a timeshare property, and back in 2005, it was determined in the divorce that my dad would get the timeshare and deal with them.
And that's literally, Adam, that's literally in the decree. And was that done as like he wanted it, or he didn't want it but agreed to get it handled to get her off of the timeshare deed or whatever it is?
No, in the divorce, it was agreed that my dad would handle them all and take care of them and use them, and my mom could never afford them. So he didn't want to lose them. So he's been taking care of them for these past 25 or so years.
And now he wants to give you the timeshare.
Correct. And we've had great value out of it. It's a very
I'm not going to get into that. I get it. You want the timeshare. That's fine. I'm not going to tell you it's the worst thing in the world, but I get where we're going. So, but wait a second. Your mom will, because they bought it together, your mom's on the deed, and she won't sign off on it?
Yeah, we forgot to clean this up back in 2005.
All right, hold on a second. Let's take this break. I know who can answer this. I don't know why you would have to. Well, hold on. Just hold tight. Hey, Kelly, believe it or not, do you know who I'm going to ask you to get on? Finn Law Group. I want to get Michael Finn on. 303-713-8255. Everybody hold tight. That's an interesting ordeal. My first gut was family law, but then I started thinking this is already in the decree. I understand they're saying you got to petition the court to basically make her sign it, but I think there might be a quicker way because it is a timeshare. Everybody hold tight, including Aaron and Alex.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Okay, Discount Bath. Mark, why are you talking about him? Well, because I don't know many contractors like Chris and the gang at discountbath.com that do a bang-up job. These guys can come out and do a tub-to-shower conversion. They can do a complete remodel. Their designers can help you design something that becomes your sanctuary in your master bedroom. They are unbelievable at what they do, and they do it at a discount price. That's the part that's unbelievable. I know a lot of great guys out there that can do a bathroom, and they can do a basement, and they can do it all. But they don't do it at a discount price where Chris and the gang do. They simply want to do more jobs. They're going for the volume. They are so good. They come out to your house. They can give you different ideas or tell them what you want. Or you guys get together and come up with the best design you could ever imagine. They have specials under $10,000. $10,000 for a bathroom remodel. Think about that. No one else has that. DiscountBath.com. And the last thing I'm going to tell you about them, which is really cool, if you go to DiscountBath.com and you take a little video, you walk through your bathroom, I don't care the master or whatever it is, and tell them, hey, how much to do this or that, or what do you think about this? Then you upload the video right on their website. They'll reach out to you and talk to you over the phone. It's incredible. DiscountBath.com.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and
I need to
see if
remind
they go
somebody
at it,
he's
if
got
they
Bob
go
Logan.
crazy
Oh,
and
Bob
nail one of our
Logan?
cases. What do you guys think? No way?
You know, they've killed like 2 of their leaders, so I don't know.
Well,
Is it 4
Mark's
now?
kind of a
4
different
leaders
animal.
and 2 nuclear scientists or whatever.
Wow. Wow.
At least that they're admitting so.
Right.
What?
Crazy.
I am now. Oh, good. Mike Finn. Good job, Kelly. Who's the other guy? Oh, Bob Logan. Yes, yes. Okay, hold on. Hey, Bob, I'm going to come to you right out of the shoe, okay, man? The question is simple. Well, I'll tell you. Do you already know what the question is, bro? Yeah, a water heater tankless versus with a tank. We're getting told that a tankless one costs more to flush than a regular one. Is that correct? Why would that be is going to be the question, but it's going to be about 3 minutes, so hold on, okay, man?
I don't know if we're going to be able to help this lady. I went ahead and sent it to my CenturyLink corporate person.
What's the problem?
He says, and I don't want to tell the corporate person what this guy told me, so I'm just acting like, you know. He said there's a different company boring fiber underground in that neighborhood. They've hit an underground DSL cable in many locations. Cable management is working on a solution. They are aware. Good news is when the company is done, they will have fiber in the neighborhood. And I said, any idea when that'll be? And he said, no ETA.
There's nothing they're going to be able to do.
Well, I sent it to corporate.
Yeah.
Because at minimum, they should be giving her a refund for paying. Because she asked for a refund, and they wouldn't give her any refund.
Oh, they have to give her a refund.
If there's no service, she's got to at least have a refund.
Yeah.
And then I wonder if she can sign up with someone else out there, Comcast or...
Well, she'll be able to have that fiber soon.
Oh, yeah, and that's what he was like. Good news is she's going to have fiber when all this is done. But it's like, well, that doesn't help not having internet for 6 weeks. If we didn't have internet for 6 weeks, I'm pretty sure you would go postal.
6 minutes. Well,
6 hours.
I just throw my Starlink out.
Well, you're right. You want to loan her our Starlink?
No.
Oh.
What's the big advantage of the Google, the fiber that's coming?
Way faster.
Than cable?
Way faster.
But
But
I mean, how
most
much-
people
how
don't.
much-
Most people don't.
How
need
much
those
fast?
speeds.
Like, yeah, it's like, I wouldn't notice, but our son, who's a gamer,
Sure.
Gamers would notice.
No, but I mean the regular schmo just doing, you know, you're not going to notice any difference.
Not going to notice. Fiber actually going on the upload should be the same speed as the download. So people that send information, not just download, which is very few.
Yeah, but if
Fiber's
you're like day
a lot
trading or
quicker.
something, you can probably take advantage of it because you can get trades done. Because they're working on our street today, putting that in.
Is it the same price?
No. I think that it's one of those, the base is about the same, and then if you really want to step it up, you pay more.
The main thing is your up and down and your latency are very good.
Yep.
But most people it simply would never matter to them. Now, when I do live singing concerts all around the world,
Thing, Kelly, are you
That's
in
different.
here?
That's different.
And I understand
that's a nice watch, man.
Big bang, let's get a guy. I got a guy. I know a guy. Hey, we're going to fix your problem.
Watch.
It's that kind of show when he's...
I'll bet you lunch.
Oh, here's the Aaron's public storage.
630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. What were you saying, Suzanne? I kind of missed you there.
Well, Aaron, with the public storage
Yes.
issue, he sent the notice. I was going to read it.
I don't care about the notice at this point, but what? Okay, hold on. I'll have you do that. Let me bring up Bob Logan, though.
It says they're... Oh, sorry. Okay.
Bob Logan's with Plumline Services. Bob, we had someone call up. It wasn't about Plumline, but they spent $99 a year to get 3 services from one of your competitors. So for that price, and you guys have something very similar, a lot of companies do. So once a year, they were going to come out, clean the air conditioner, or not clean it, but come out and make sure it's in good running shape before you turn it on, check out the furnace, and then drain and flush the water heater once a year. So it was kind of like a club membership. You follow me so far, right?
Yes, we call that our VIP plan, similar.
Yep, very similar, and I know a lot of people that have yours are very happy. And here's what happened with this company, though. The technician showed up to do the water heater. When he showed up, he goes, "Oh, that's tankless. That's going to cost you an additional $129 or $199 or whatever it is." So the guy was upset, and he sent us over all the literature. And sure enough, the literature doesn't say, including their website, it doesn't say anything about tankless versus not tankless or anything like that. But the company stepped up and just simply refunded them the money. But then the question became, because I'm looking at Kevin Calkin and other people in the room, I'm going, tankless? What the heck do you even flush on a tankless? What is there to flush? So tell me what you know about it.
Yeah, so first of all, it sounds like the company, whoever it was, did the right thing.
They did.
But so they are two different processes. So with a regular tank water heater, you're simply opening up the drain valve on the bottom of the water heater,
yep,
and flushing water through it and allowing the sediment, calcium, or bacteria, everything to flush out. And that's all there is to tank. A normal tank.
Yeah, you literally open the little nozzle, you drain it, and then you're saying somehow you add water to it and just flush out the debris at the bottom. I get it.
Exactly. Pretty simple process. Now, for homeowners that try to do this, I would caution them, because if they haven't done it in a while, those valves, you open them up,
get corroded,
or flush it, you can't get them closed again.
Yeah.
So be careful if you're trying this at home. But
yeah, good point.
With a tankless, you have to hook it up to a pump, use a descaling solution, and you let this descaling solution pump through the system for about 30 to 45 minutes. So it's an entirely different process. So it's not unusual.
It's almost like on a car, like a cooling system flush. You're literally hooking up a machine that's flushing it, Bob?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so it's not uncommon for that kind of flush to
cost more,
3, 4, maybe even 5 times as much.
I got you. So let me just come out and ask you this: when you guys sell a club membership, does it include that on the water heater, the flush on a tanked water heater?
It doesn't, unless it's specified as such. So our club membership is a little bit different. It's kind of a menu option, but so it would specify a tankless versus a tank.
Got it.
Anything that is unique in your home. If you have a water treatment system that's not part of the normal club membership.
Oh, okay. But you guys, if someone wanted into your club, you guys, I like that, though. It's a la carte. So you guys would go out there, see what they have going, and then come up with a package that's right for them. Then they'd get all the discounts. They'd get the emergency service and everything else. But they can kind of pick and choose some of the stuff.
Yeah, and so our basic plan covers 95% of the homes out there, which would be an annual service on your furnace and air conditioning system. You get priority service. You never pay a minimum service fee, a trip charge.
Nice.
You don't pay an after-hours emergency fee. You get discounts on all of our services and projects. So it's kind of an all-inclusive type deal.
Love it.
Now water heater flush and fills, electrical checks and things like that, those are a la carte you can add.
Excellent.
And sometimes for our VIPs, depending on the time of year, like maybe electrical safety month, we might throw something out there for them that we wouldn't do for a non-VIP member.
So you basically would email them or reach out to them and say, hey, because you're a VIP and been with us, we're going to go ahead and do this for you in this month or whatever it is.
That's right, and we do that quite often.
I love it, man. So anybody out there you want to find more about that, Bob, I really do appreciate you coming on with that. I'm just scratching my head going, I don't even know how you flush a tankless. I appreciate the information. That's Bob Logan, owner of PlumlineServices.com. If you're interested in their VIP package, you should reach out. They have done a ton of work for me over the years. They're just super, really good guys. And then if there is an emergency, you're going to know who to call. You're not going to have to pay some of those fees that other people have to pay. It's well worth the club price. I mean, just taking the air conditioner and taking the furnace each year, you're not going to get a better deal. Now, I'm going to go to a second expert. Michael Finn is on the line. Hey, Mike, how is the Finn Law Group doing, sir?
Well, we're doing pretty good. Business always seems to be there. There's a lot of people that regret their timeshare purchase. Decision.
Well, I got one on here now. You're not going to believe this. He wants the timeshare, but I'm not going to get into that aspect with it. Here's the quick story. His parents got divorced like 25 years ago. In the decree, the dad wanted the timeshare. The timeshare was purchased by mother and father. They get divorced. In the decree, and it's literally in there, Dad gets it. Dad now, 25 years later, wants to give it to our caller, Adam, and Adam does want it. Now, the problem is, because when they bought it together, I assume they're both on whatever paperwork there is, what they're telling Adam, and I'm going to lock you in and bring him up, they're telling Adam that someone needs to petition the court in order to get this done. So my first instinct was to call a family law attorney that we know very well. But then I started thinking, Mike deals with, generally speaking, keeping people out or getting them out of timeshares. But can you help out in this aspect, or do you have any advice for him, or should I get a family law attorney on?
Well, it's going to be, you probably should get a family law attorney. It's going to be expensive, and based on what I project is the resale value of that timeshare, I think he'd be better off walking away. But that's not what the client wants. The client wants it.
Yes.
And what has happened is that the divorce decree from many years ago between mom and dad has never been honored by the...
And that's why he needs to petition. That's why he'd have to petition the court to either make the mother, who is still alive, isn't that correct, Adam? She is alive.
Yep.
To force her to sign it. They'd either force her to sign it, or basically say because it's in the decree and she's unwilling to sign it, or we can't find it. The judge themselves would basically do it.
Hey, Adam, based upon the cost that's going to be involved in doing this, if you do a little research about the value of the timeshare that you want to acquire, you may determine that the cost of acquiring it, because of the glitch, the probate court glitch, you may determine that the cost makes the problem a lot more expensive than the value of the timeshare.
Yeah, and we can get it. Where was that decree signed, Adam? What county? Was it Colorado, or where is it?
Yeah, Colorado, Arapahoe County. So is this something I have to have an attorney for in order to petition the court?
Well, what I'm going to do, hold on. I'm going to put you back on hold. I want Bonnie Shields or Harris Law Firm.
Why not just offer her $1,000 to sign it?
Well, he's saying she's simply not going to sign it.
Well, maybe she will.
I don't know. But Mike, I know, it's so weird. Out of every call I've had, this guy does want it. He probably grew up there, man, going to it with his dad. But we're going to see what the cost is. But typically when we call you, it's hey, this guy needs help getting out. You know what you made me think of just saying that to you? There's a national commercial, and I can't think of the guy's name, but it drives me crazy. The commercial goes something like this. He goes, this is so-and-so, and I sold timeshares for 20 years, and now I feel bad about selling them. So now call me up and I can get you out of the timeshare. I'm thinking, think about this. This guy screwed over all these people selling it. Now he's reaching out to the same fish in the same pond, and trying to get them on the other end. Have you heard these spots, Mike?
Oh, boy, you are preaching to the choir, my friends.
It's nuts, man. The guy goes, it's like, okay, it's like, I mug you. Everybody in this room. I go out and steal your wallet. Then I try to sell you protection. It's like a shakedown from the mob.
At least the guy is honest. Most of the time, they're not honest enough to admit that they were one of the bad guys trying to switch hats. At least this guy is honest about what he's doing.
Yeah, he is.
It's kind of a joke because we don't care much for exit companies, as you probably are aware of.
Of course.
And we tell people, hey, these are just former timeshare salesmen who think that you made a bad decision, and they're hoping you're going to make another bad decision.
Yeah, they are. They're going to end up. They end up I got to hold on, Mike. I mean, I'm going to talk about you, but I do appreciate you coming on. But Mike Finn, the Finn Law Group. And here's what I love about these guys. Anybody that wants out of a timeshare, call them up. They're going to talk to you for free. They'll give you a good idea. Some of them you get out with for almost nothing. Other ones are hard to get out of. But they're going to give you an upfront price on it and tell you how it works. They have all the connections to all these places. Hilton and all these ones in Mexico and Florida and Hawaii. It doesn't matter who it is. You call these guys. The easiest way is finlawgroup.com, F-I-N-N, finlawgroup.com. They'll give you all the information. But everybody hold tight. I got to take this break. Thanks, Mike.
This is Denver's top.
Does that thing that guy sent about public service bring any relevance to it, babe?
Well, I mean, it says the contract was being terminated for cause.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
I mean,
Detail. Yep.
It didn't say, hey, we're terminating you and we're not giving you, I mean, so there's something there.
Mm-hmm. You're a glutton. Get enough of that.
Is this the guy's number? Did you?
Pardon me.
All I did was read that. I didn't call anybody, nothing. All I did was read that because it got sent to help. I thought you wanted his...
See if you can call this guy real quick.
Call who?
The guy at the bottom, the GM. Zero Res Carpet Cleaning, ZeroResDenver.com. That's the local one around here. I'm going to tell you something about Zero Res. They use what's called their ZR water. This is an empowered water, and along with their great cleaning technique, you can expect the cleanest carpets you can imagine. And what we liked about it when they came out is how quick the carpets dried. 2 or 3 hours after they were there, the carpets were dry, they were clean. And then the other thing I noticed, compared to some of the other companies we've used in the past, with Zero Res, I didn't see any of those stains come back after 4 or 5 days. You know how it wicks back up from the padding, and all of a sudden that stain that was gone right after the carpet cleaning's back. Not with these guys. That high alkaline, super soft, purified water, that does the trick. Man, it's safe for kids and pets as well. They also do granite cleaning and area rug cleaning. Duct cleaning is new. That's a new service they offer, and they've got great equipment for that. And they do commercial cleaning services. They use less water, no chemicals. You get the idea. You want clean carpets, you want it done right, you call ZeroResDenver.com. And here's the other thing. Check it out. 20% off all carpet and air duct cleaning this month. This month only, 20% off. That's a huge savings. Check them out at ZeroResDenver.com or call them at 303-471-5150.
Okay, I'm going to give this guy a call, but you're sure that's the GM's number at the
I'm
bottom?
not positive, but because there's an extension on there.
Well, I'm going to ask the guy first. What's
Yeah.
his line?
Or just go have her do it.
I don't mind doing the call.
I want to know their deal now.
It's Google Fiber. You can get 8 gigs.
What's that?
8 gigs.
What is?
Google Fiber.
That's insane.
Is that phone number at the bottom
8
of
gigs
the
is
termination, the with extension 3233? Is that for the manager?
That's awesome.
Standard is 1
And who is the manager?
How much?
1 gig for 70.
That's
What's
going to
their
be
name?
faster than whatever you have now.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. I wouldn't notice the difference between 1 and 8.
How much do you have it now?
I have no idea.
Yeah. That 1 gig is
Okay,
great.
but you've tried talking to them and he won't talk to you?
You don't need anything more than that.
No.
All right, I'll try. Hang on a minute. It'll be a couple minutes. All right, I'm going to put my headphones on so I can actually see this when I ask him. All right.
You can get her on like a cell phone or something. We just have a lot of questions because your client is not making any sense.
She already got mad at them, so I don't know if they'll even do my house. They spray painted the shit out of my driveway. And they're digging in the street.
That comes up.
Yeah, that's what he said.
It does, that
I
orange
said,
shit.
well, why are you spray painting my driveway if you're digging in the road 10 feet away?
Whoever's doing that,
I know.
they'll have no, they have no idea though. If you can get that for $70, you get that. I don't care. I mean, that's unbelievable. As long as it's not one of those deals the first month.
They said it's been the same price since 2012.
Oh my God.
So it was expensive.
Until Kevin buys it.
Until Kevin buys it.
Okay, what is the name of your headquarters? Or the number at your headquarters? Okay, what is the number for your headquarters? Okay.
Case 13 says, Mark knows nothing about me. Yes, I do. How many times do I have to say it? First of all, her name is Case 13, and I'm guessing it's a 14-year-old boy that lives in the basement of their parents. I'm just guessing.
Oh, yeah, public service. I mean, public, God damn it, now you got me doing it. They won't talk. It's a corporate.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with your connection. I don't know if you have me on Bluetooth or speakerphone. Just can't seem to be able to understand you.
Top secret, I love Prince. Def Leppard was kind of
One thumb up.
But I did like Prince. Did you like Prince, Kevin? Like Purple Rain, and I
my
love
God.
that album.
It was everything.
Great album.
You're not listening, are you?
He was a weird little sucker, though.
Now I'm more 60s, late 60s, 70s music.
Yeah.
He's cute, though. I mean,
He's
does that
cute?
matter?
Yeah, I guess that's right.
He was like 5 feet tall, man.
Oh, yeah, women used to
And he could play basketball.
fall all over him. A lot of men fell all over him, to be honest with you.
There was a, what was it called? The Hard Rock Casino in Vegas. They're opening it up somewhere else now, but the old one was... All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We got a lot cooking in the background, so we're going to try to get to everything here. We're trying to get a hold of the GM over at that public service. And Suzanne...
It's public storage.
Or public service, I'm sorry.
Storage.
Yeah, for the third time, public service. No, I'm kidding, public storage.
So I actually finally was able to connect with someone.
Oh, nice.
Who will not go on air and referred me to their legal offices at headquarters in California.
Yeah, well, if we look at the notice that he got, and I'll have Suzanne read that here in a minute, but basically they're getting rid of him for cause. What I've been trying to figure out, and I'll ask you real quick, Aaron, what is the cause? You're acting like that you guys did nothing. They have some kind of cause. What was it?
I would like to know that myself because you've asked.
Yeah, okay.
On what
Well, we got a message. They say talk to our legal department. I'm going to actually have Suzanne read that letter when she comes back in. She's reaching out to somebody as well over there to see what's going on. Now, next is going to be Alex. Alex, what is your question?
Hey, last week you guys had a topic regarding preserving video for evidence. So how can I do that if I don't have a lawyer where the lawyer could send out a letter to the other party?
Well, you would send a letter out to the other party. Do you know who the party is? I mean, are you part of the action?
Yes, I got a court date and I wanted there's some video evidence and I wanted the other party to preserve that video. When you mentioned lawyers, that pretty much when you get a letter from a lawyer, I mean, that's, pretty serious, but I didn't know if I was to send them a letter, I mean, are they going to play dumb? I mean,
well, you've got to basically ask them. You got to ask them to actually preserve your rights. I mean, that's exactly what you got to do, and then give notice to them. I would do it by registered mail. You might also do it by other means like email, or non-registered mail, but you definitely want to do it. You basically got to point to a case and basically say you need to preserve this evidence, and here's the case number and the county it's in, and this is notice. You can probably find something right on Google saying how to do it.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, man. I mean, it's definitely possible.
Could he get a subpoena on his own?
Yeah, you could do anything on your own if you figure out how to do it.
Figure out how to do it right.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, not having an attorney is kind of crazy.
Yep.
So, in fact, we just had someone that asked us to preserve evidence on something. I don't have it up right now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, but from 2019.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's like, he's like, hey, you guys had so-and-so on your show in 2019. You need to preserve that. It's like, well, first of all, we have no idea. No date, no time, no nothing. So we have no idea what he's talking about. But let's say he did, and let's say we did have a copy of it on podcast or something. We would preserve it. That's not a big deal. We don't care. So, but he actually, I think, was doing it pro se as well. I forget the notice, but I think he did it himself. So that's kind of where I was going with that story. Now, what is going on, John, with this sale of this Lexus?
Hi. I purchased a GX 550 Lexus out of Ann Arbor, Michigan, and it arrived on the carrier a few days ago, but the passenger side had a big old scratch down the side of it.
Hey, was it new? Was it used? Who'd you purchase it from?
From Germain Lexus. It had 3 miles on it.
So, okay, so it's brand new and it showed up. Hey, JFR Cars, you guys ship cars all over the world. And I am sure at some point you guys have shipped a new car or a used car or whatever car and it showed up scratched. Wouldn't that typically be something that the carrier, I mean, I don't think it would be John's issue.
You have to first find out where it's from and if the shipper took pictures at pickup.
Yeah, what's the shipper say, John, when he showed up and there's this big scratch? Did you see it while he was still there?
No, because I was at work and my wife was at home.
Oh, guys, okay, I see what's going on, and she signed off it was in good condition.
Yeah.
But it's evident it wasn't.
She did take a video. She did take a video with the guy there of the whole car.
Does the video show it?
Yeah.
Oh, so the video shows the scratch.
But she signed off that the
She
video
signed off,
was
but-
there, the scratch was there.
So is it still on the car? Is she with the driver in the video?
Well, yeah, you can hear him there because he's trying to, like, well, she told, Honestly, I think it's the carrier because it had wax on parts of where it was scratched, like they tried to hide it or something.
Yeah. What I'm asking, though, John, is in this video, it's so great she took the video. I mean, it's great. I understand she signed saying it showed up in good condition, but my God, right there before she signed or right after she signed, with the driver of the truck, there's evidence there's a scratch on there. So, I mean, there is this thing called reality. So when you talk to the company now, the shipper, what do they say? Do they just simply say, oh, no, you signed off on it?
Well, the Germain Lexus is dealing with the shipper, and I'm kind of I'm trying to figure out what I need to do next, because I took it to this body shop in Island. It's an authorized Lexus shop.
Yeah.
And have them look at it, and they're talking. They think they can buff out like the two doors in the rear quarter, but the front fender, he's thinking it's going to need repainted.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, it's going to have a bad Carfax. They're saying, because they got to take the fender off.
Well, I don't think that's going to matter. Listen, man, I understand you're going to get some kind of diminishment to it through the Carfax. It will be diminished a little bit, but when people look at it and it was just painted, I mean, that's probably the best answer you could possibly have. Guys, would you agree with that?
John, I would say probably more than half of cars now have a minor accident on a Carfax, which could be hail.
I don't even think this would be a minor accident. It's just painting.
It would show as minor.
That's how it shows, yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, but it doesn't really affect them anymore.
Aaron, you could actually go after the shipper, or you could go after the dealership for that diminished value if they don't want to let you out of the deal. I mean, there's so many different ways you could do this. I assume you want to keep the car?
Well, I feel a little better what you guys are saying, but because you see, it's got a bad Carfax. It's,
Yeah, you know what? I would like to talk to you. Here's the problem. We are running up against a real clock, meaning, hold on, I got to put you on hold no matter what, but I would like this guy to call Petty Details. So, Kelly, do me a favor. I would generally do this on the air because diminished value is such a great topic. A lot of people get screwed all the time when someone hits them. When someone runs into their car, they get screwed big time. That's why I like having Petty on. But what I want you to do, John, is call up Petty. She's going to give you the number. They're going to answer. And tell him the story and ask him his thoughts on the diminished value. Is it worth $100? Is it worth $5,000? Let's get a reality on how much painting that fender on a brand new vehicle is going to bring, and then we'll pick it up Monday. Everybody hold tight, and that includes you, Wayne. I should have time for you.
Now, Impact.
Sorry they didn't respond to you.
Sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Some normal slowdowns through the downtown area. I-25 northbound stop and go traffic.
Heavy D, if you're all up in there.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Sorry they didn't respond to you.
That's okay.
3151. So that's
Right.
303-550-3151. Okay. So go ahead and give...
Well, the problem is she accepted it. She took delivery of it.
How would you feel
If it was like that, I'd fight it all the way and get a new car. Well, I say that, but if you can't get one, you can't get one.
It's tough to get those Lexus
They
right
take
now.
videos before they load them on the truck. I mean, they all do it anymore. And they don't speak English. And so,
This isn't the first time.
no, and so then they take
CMG Financial, go direct to the lender. Do not use a middleman. I don't care. You might hear different companies advertising in every place in the world when it comes to refinancing and cash out and paying off credit card debt and all that stuff. You go direct to the lender. That is the best advice I can give you when it comes to lending. You're going to save money on a reverse mortgage. Save money on a traditional 15 or 30-year mortgage. You're going to save money. There is no middleman. These are the people those people go to. Call John Clace, get the rates, get the price. Partnerinlending.com. That's partnerinlending.com. Venus. Yes, I do it better than you, Tom. Absolutely, I don't do it as good as Larry, who is the original guy at Gravinus, Nick's dad, but I do it very well. Here's what I love about him. In fact, Suzanne and I just bought a beautiful new sliding door from him, coming off her kitchen to the deck. It's high kind of security. It's just really cool. But anything you need, I don't care if it's a fix and flip or a $20 million house up in Aspen, they have the siding, they have the doors, they have the windows. In fact, with windows, they deal with 20 different manufacturers, not just one, like a lot of people. And they have over 50 lines of windows. Gravinas.com. Gravinas.com.
It was a 550, I think.
It's a 550.
No, this is.
Oh, there is an electric.
There's like another level up.
There is.
Hey, Dimitri.
Is it an SUV?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
That's an
SUV. You're stopping the stream, right?
Actually, I wonder the difference.
Tom is
going
to come down and do it himself, and if he doesn't, I will.
I'll tell you what it gets you.
Okay.
That seat gives you the reach around. That's the $30,000 upgrade.
That'd be worth,
It depends.
Don't knock it.
If you're an over-the-road trucker, maybe. Although $30,000, that's probably a lot lizards.
In reality, he could probably sell that car easily,
Are they sought after?
Oh, yeah. Around here, you probably have a year wait.
Oh, yeah.
And Nylands will do a good job. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. But it is what it is now, so.
And then the other thing is, not all body shops. I know it's a Lexus certified or authorized, but not all body shops actually report.
Right, yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be better for him to go to one of those if that's his concern.
Yep.
What is the issue with dog? Do we have any idea?
No idea.
Hey, Wayne, what is the issue real quick with the dog?
Well, it's a very old dog. He wants to put it down, but he's not sure how to do it.
Oh, he's got to use we use the mobile service. We'll never
grooming?
not use the mobile service.
Grooming?
Are they Haitian?
Okay, hold on.
There's a mobile
He
service?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Oh my God, Rod, we had to put 2 dogs down in like a 3 or 4 month time, and so the second one we did the mobile service and had them come to our house. That's what I meant. Come to our house.
Do me a favor and talk to him on one in there.
Okay.
He's got to put his dog down. It doesn't walk anymore. I'm not going to talk to him for 30 seconds and then kiss him off. I don't know if he's asking. Tell him about the mobile service. That poor guy.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, if the dog's not walking at all,
he waited too long.
you waited too long. I've done that. Not that long, but I've waited too long.
They're family,
Yeah.
Now, squirrels.
Oh.
I put squirrels down as quick as anybody.
That's enough of that.
Those squirrels.
That's enough of that.
I put them down for fun.
How are they helping? Dee, who doesn't like using the damn debit card. You love squirrels. I don't get it.
Hi, Wayne. This is Suze. How are you?
Squirrel tails. They were real, too.
Yeah. No, you package them, not in plastic. These are for flies.
Really?
Yeah. Squirrels snip them.
Have you bought squirrel tails, Dimitri?
I can't hear. I can't hear anything.
I mean, if you could have fun shooting them and then sell them.
I can hear you.
That sounds like a business plan.
You know what you could do? You could buy a squirrel tail and sew it onto a rabbit's ass and
They
confuse
actually
the hell
just
out of
sell them
people.
with a butt plug if you want.
Like a snipe?
Yeah.
What would
We
you
used to
call
go
it?
snipe hunting.
A ras squirrel.
Yeah.
It's a ras squirrel, like a rascal, but a
I
squirrel.
remember the first time I saw a snipe hunt. I didn't have any clue what these guys.
How many squirrels does it take to feed a small?
Longer answer Friday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. Suzanne's actually helping someone off here. The poor guy, he's got to put his dog down. He's got some questions that the dog doesn't. It's just not walking. So anyhow, I got her handling that off air. I wanted to thank you guys for coming in. I had a text. Sourcing cars. We didn't talk about this, but this is what these guys do at JFR Cars. JFRCars.com. If you want a new Honda, a new Toyota, a new anything, these guys can get you a great price on it so you don't have to go out and do the old walk away and the negotiations. They're going to get you the best price. And it save you time. Get the car delivered right to your house or however you want to do that. Or if you're looking for a used car, they can source a used car. Or if you're selling a car and don't want to have to deal showing up with people in the middle of the night at the Walmart parking lot, these guys can actually sell the car for you. How do you guys do it with selling?
We'll do a consignment.
Period. You could, that's what I mean. You do a consignment.
We'll do a consignment
So when
list.
it sells, you get paid your percentage, and they get the big bucks.
Right, we'll handle everything and keep everything in our house.
And here's what people don't realize. If jrcars.com do it, you open up your sales to 1 million people because they can do the financing. You're not going to be able to give some guy financing. They will open up the sale of your vehicle to multiple people because of financing. Kevin Calkins, Sheridan Auto Tech, thank you as always. We're going to be back here Monday, solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints.
All right, see you, D-Bite.
Bye. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking
That's
we
good
didn't
and
really-
bad, though, isn't it? I mean, some people's treasures they want you to sell for them,
Right.
But really, your selling point for consignment with you is exactly what I said.
Mm-hmm.
It opens up the financing.
And you can take
you
trades
got a
and
$20,000 car or some shit. Good luck selling it on Craigslist.
Oh, no one's got cash.
Well, I got this $55,000 BMW that's supposed to come in because he can't find anybody.